Looking for a blast of fun? Head to Wild Bill's Fun Center. Get lost in our thrilling arcade, hit a strike in their state-of-the-art bowling alley, and dive into the ultimate laser tag showdown. It's the perfect spot for fun, whether you're 5 or 95. It's fun for the whole family. It's also the perfect place to have a birthday party with their party rooms. Wild Bill's Fun Center, 1100 South Jeffers in North Platte, where the fun never stops.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
The following is an Eagle Media Sports presentation. North Platte High Sports on NorthPlattePost.com, FM 98.1 and AM 1410 are brought to you by Another Round Sports Bar and Grill at River's Edge Golf Course, Premier Toyota, Let's Go Places, Crawl Clinic Physical Therapy and Athletic Enhancement, Smokin' Double D's at Butch's in Hershey, Zeller Motors, Bad Apple Repair, fix your iPhone or iPad, Rooster Roll-Offs, The Gathering Spot, and the Justin Thompson Agency, American Family Insurance. Today's game also brought to you in part by the D&N Event Center, Mid-Plains Community College, Runza, Great Plains Foot and Ankle, Farm Bureau Financial, Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment, Larry's Glass, Dave's Place, Puro Clean, Bill Summers Ford Honda Lincoln Nissan, Great Plains Health, Great Plains Health Sports and Therapy, and Shelter Insurance, Pete Falls and Brent Rogo. Watch today's game live at NorthPlattePost.com. Brought to you by WB's Fun Center and Brigham's. Here's the voice of the Dogs, Paxton Gordon.
Welcome, everybody, back to the Doghouse, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and, of course, live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. Jeff Smeltzer, Paxton Gordon bringing you today's basketball action. Girls will lead us off, as always, Crete versus North Platte High School. Jeff Smeltzer, it's good to be home after a kind of long adventure in the Panhandle for the Western Conference Tournament last week.
It was. They treated us well, but it's nice to be back home after 3 days out in the place of my birth.
I was going to say, right
Bluff,
where you were.
My homeland, yeah. Girls did some really good things out there, and let's see if that continues today. They faced some good competition out there.
They really did. That bracket was just absolutely loaded. 6-12 on the season for North Platte High School compared to Crete and the Cardinals, who are 8-11. The Dogs fell to Scotts Bluff in the very last game, the third-place matchup, 46-32. I mean, it was a tough Scott. I mean, you start with Shattern, who actually was pretty good. The only reason the Dogs were able to come away with such a huge victory was Abby Kamensky popping off for 34 total points, and then you face the number one team in Sydney, which unfortunately did not go your way because that Sydney team is just so strong.
Yep.
And then you face a really strong Scotts Bluff team who is a 3 seed, and they really showed their dominance. They just were such a lockdown team. The Dogs just struggled to really get the shots to go into the bucket in that ball game. I don't think holistically they played bad at all. It's just one, as it just feels like a common occurrence as always. One team was able to get their shots to fall, while the other team just unfortunately could not get the lid off the basket.
Just couldn't get shots to fall, and girl named Reed, was it Ava Reed for Scotts Bluff? She's really good ball player.
Tall, lengthy, can shoot as well.
And then Lively, I think she was a tall one off the bench. Scotts Bluff has some nice pieces. Again, like we said, North Platte played pretty well, just couldn't buy a bucket.
Yeah, and I really think outside of maybe the Sydney game, I think that game was that's tough because it's Sydney, and I feel like you wasted a lot of your energy the day prior in that Cheyenne game. Or in that the Shattern game. So the Dogs really came into that Sydney game really with a low bits of energy. And going into that Scotts Bluff match, you were a little concerned about, what would the energy and the atmosphere be like, because that Sydney game just really felt like the Dogs did not come out ready to play, and they really emotionally didn't look like they were ready to play out there.
Yeah, they looked a little worn out from the previous 2 days. 3 days in a row, that doesn't happen very often.
That is tough.
Only happens at conference tournament time if you're playing well and, win a game along the way. Another thing, of course, it was their third day into the tournament, but Cougar Palace is a different place to play than most high school gymnasiums, because you have the bleachers at either end, so you don't have that wall, you don't have a backdrop. It's just a different look when you're out there shooting.
But also the different, I know it's not something to say, but different three-point lines. They have it differently marked. And from what I saw, a lot of the teams, not just North Platte in general, were taking college-level threes. And while I can agree you should be able to make college-level threes even at this level, that did kind of throw some teams off because you're now extending your range just that little bit further. And for normally a team like North Platte High School, which I wouldn't say is a terrible three-point shooting team, you did kind of throw them off a little bit because you would see them take deeper threes than I think they were accustomed to.
And they took a couple way beyond the three-point line, too. But we've seen them do that before. We've seen the WNBA three-pointers come flying. But, anyway, I thought they did a lot of good things. And, they keep getting better each week. And let's see what they do today.
And this is the first time, and my good heavens, you might say since the start of the season, where they almost had a full week. Actually, Christmas break. This is the first time that they've had almost a full week off to really get practice in. People talk in the NHL and the NBA that they can't really get many consistent practices in because, there's just so many games and so many travel days. Teams aren't just unable to sit down and actually just evaluate where they are right now and what they need to work on.
Yeah.
Same thing with high school. They play normally, again, 2 days a week, but some of those are rest days, and there's sometimes they play on a Tuesday even if they want to go for 3 days.
Yeah. Yeah, when you get like those midweek games, which we've had a lot of, the Thursday, then you're off Friday, then you play Saturday.
And you're probably off Sunday, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's 3 days.
So you go hard Monday, Tuesday, light on Wednesday because you have a game on Thursday, and then you come back Friday, pretty light practice on that day too. But everybody does that.
Yeah.
So that's the way it is.
But it's interesting to see, with that week off, what they were able to work on and evolve with. Because, again, they don't really get this week-long stretch where they can sit and think about what they need to work on and what they want to practice. Because most of the time they're figuring out, okay, when's our leave day, when's our rest day, when's our tape day. So it's going to be interesting to see what they have worked on during this week-long break. But a beatable opponent in Crete, 8-11 on the season. They're coming off of a loss just a couple days ago. So a beatable opponent and a team that has struggled to find consistent offense when they have pressure defense applied to them. And if there's one thing the Dogs do well, that's apply pressure in the half court.
Yep. Talking about having that week off, it did help get healthy. It looks like we've got Chloe Hanneborg is suited up today. I don't know how much she's going to play, but she hasn't been in uniform for a few weeks now.
No, it looks like she twisted her other ankle, which is funny because she twisted her one ankle a couple weeks ago. I believe it was her right one, and then now she twisted her left one.
So she's got a matching set of ankle braces on. But when you talk about pressure, it's good to have Chloe back.
She is,
even at 80%,
yes.
She can create some havoc.
And that's exactly what the Dogs kind of missed, was that just an extra player as well. When you're in a 3-day tournament and you're down 2 of your starters, that rotation does start to squeeze thinner and thinner. We know Coach Hammond, not somebody who likes to go 5 in and 5 out. He really likes to keep it at almost like an NBA playoff 7 to 8 man rotation.
Yeah, his 7-8 player rotation, then you're down 2. So keeping that 7 or 8 player rotation, now you're going to 9 and 10 or getting worked in. But that's everybody gets dinged up this time of year. So just play through it, and let's hope they come out with some energy and some fire.
I think they will, since, yes, it is senior night tonight. I won't say goodbye to the 2 seniors, but we will, of course, celebrate the 2 seniors, Abby Kamensky and Addison Ulick. Quick Stop pregame show, 27 locations open 24 hours a day. We'll step aside and take a break. When we come back, it is going to be time for our Double Dips Ice Creamery starting lineup. Jeff Smeltzer right here, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
It's open right around the corner, Quick Stop. With your 24-hour convenience store. Fast, friendly, no one gives you more. Gas, food, your favorite drink. Get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner, Quick Stop.
Got a phone that's on the fritz? Don't sweat it. Bring your bad apple to Bad Apple Repair, located right inside Zeller Motors. From cracked screens to busted speakers and even those stubborn charging ports, they got you covered. Fast, friendly, and reliable Bad Apple Repair will have your device working and looking like new in no time. Don't wait. Swing by Zeller Motors and get your Apple back in the game.
Winter is here, but another round at River's Edge is still open. Don't forget about the new winter hours that are Wednesday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. And if you're craving something special, join them for their prime rib dinner every Friday and Saturday nights from 5 to 9. It's the perfect way to warm up this winter. So gather your friends, come enjoy the cozy atmosphere, and let them serve you at another round at River's Edge.
Are foot and ankle problems slowing you down? At Great Plains Foot and Ankle, they specialize in treating turf toe, sprains, fractures, Achilles tendon injuries, and sports injuries to your foot or ankle. Their expert team provides personalized care and top-notch orthotics to get you back on your feet. Don't let pain hold you back. Visit Great Plains Foot and Ankle and step into comfort. Call them today at 308-532-3600 or visit gpfootandankle.com. Great Plains Foot and Ankle, your step towards better health.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers a full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
Hi, this is Dr. Chris Kroll. At Kroll Clinic, we specialize in all areas of rehab, from daily aches and pains to sports injuries, motor vehicle accidents, or post-surgical care. We're the area's premier facility for concussion recovery. Visit us at KrollClinic.com, that's KRULL Clinic.com, or come visit us at Westfield Shopping Center in North Platte. We are committed to getting you back in the game of life without those annoying facility fees.
Got a crack? Get it fixed fast at Larry's Glass. From windshields to windows, Larry's Glass in North Platte has been your trusted glass repair and replacement experts for over 40 years. Whether it's your car, home, or business, Larry's Glass gets it done right the first time. They've also got a job for you if you've got the talent. Don't let a little crack become a big problem. Call Larry's Glass at 532-7675 or stop in at 211 East 5th. Fast, friendly, and reliable service you can count on.
Buying a car is not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. A quarter of a century. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in the North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. See Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com, just south of I-80, North Platte.
The Dogs play here on FM 98.1 and 1410 AM KOOQ AM North Platte. Enjoy great food from Merrick's Ranch House. There's 10% off online ordering, and Merrick's offers a 10% veteran and military discount. Dine in, order online at merricksnp.com, use DoorDash, or call 532-8200 for carryout.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back to the Doghouse, FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming on our WV's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. It is time for our Double Dips Ice Creamery starting lineup. Double Dips Ice Creamery in the historic Canteen District in North Platte offers 24 plus different flavors of hand-dipped ice cream served in a variety of ways. Double Dips also offers homemade waffle cones and bowls alongside homemade fudge and freshly baked desserts. On the side of Crete and the Cardinals, junior Camry Drager gets the start alongside freshman Kylie McMillan. Also a freshman Cassidy Eggy gets the start alongside senior Sierra Christ. And then finally, Addie Zeman gets the start for Crete. Well, Mr. Jeff Smeltzer, take it away for North Platte.
All right, for your Lady Dogs, they'll start out 5'8 sophomore J.C. Burke, 5'9 sophomore Josie Douglas. Seniors here on senior night, Addison Euling, a 6-foot senior, Abby Comiskey, 5'8 senior, and rounding out starting five, Katie Titus, a 5'8 junior.
So the starting lineup that you've become accustomed to since the Western Conference Tournament, they are back once again. Are you ready for some basketball, Jeff Smeltzer? Because guess what? I'm ready for some basketball. Shout out, though, my Super Bowl was today. Sunflower Showdown, Kansas State, Kansas. And Kansas State, my alma mater, coming away with the victory.
Right.
That's now a couple in a row as Super Bowl is tomorrow. Jeff Smeltzer, who got winning the Super Bowl tomorrow?
Oh, of course, the Eagles.
Oh, that a boy.
You know, Bronco fans cannot cheer for the Chiefs.
You, a true Pat Bullen visionary. As here comes the jump between North Platte as well as Crete and the Cardinals. Euling as well as Sierra Christ, and it's going to be won by the side of Crete. And the other way, the Cardinals come to start things off. Christ into the paint, floats the first shot up, off the mark, and that's going to be rebounded by Katie Titus. And now the other way comes Josie Douglas in North Platte High School to start this offense as Crete going with his own defense. looks to be in a 2-3 as Ewing into the middle. Cross court to Kamensky. She lost the ball for a second and now tries to throw it, and it's stolen away by Kylie McMillan, the freshman. And the other way comes Crete and the Cardinals early on in this ball game. McMillan with it into the paint down low. Shot is up from Cassidy Eggy, and foul from Josie Douglas on this shot, and Eggy will go to the free throw line for the first time today. 7:23 left to go here in the first quarter.
It's kind of a nice trap that Crete was applying down there on the defensive end. They've got some length up there.
They really do.
Harassing the Bulldog guards.
And this is going to be a tough matchup for North Platte, as, of course, this kind of just is eerily similar to Lincoln Pius. Now, you don't have the same exact length as Cassidy Eggy gets one free throw to fall. I mean, that Lincoln Pius team is just generationally long, but this team for Crete also just as tall and lengthy, so they're going straight into a zone defense, and the Dogs going to have to do a better job today of trying to break that down than they did a couple of weeks ago against Lincoln Pius. Douglas from the right elbow fires her first shot, which is off the mark, and it's rebounded by Cassidy Eggy. Now the other way up comes Drager. Now Christ into the lane. She fires it cross court on over to McMillan. McMillan back to Drager. Drager into the paint to Sierra Christ. Christ at around the free throw line goes in. No good, and another foul. I believe this will go against Abby Kamensky. So that's back-to-back trips offensively for Crete. And that's 2 fouls for the Dogs. This one actually against Katie Titus. Into the free throw line goes Sierra Christ for the first time today. As Christ will make the first free throw. She's 1 for 1, her first point. It's 2-0 on our wicked fast scoreboard.
Yeah, we've seen that before. The Lady Dogs have a habit of getting in foul trouble. Let's see if they can keep it under control.
As Chris will go 2 for 2 from the charity stripe. 3-0 the lead for Crete and the Cardinals early on in this ball game. As now Kamensky fires it across court, stolen by Drager. It's going to actually bounce off the face of Katie Titus as Drager saved it. It rolls out of bounds, last touched by Drager and the Cardinals.
Boy, that's point blank. That's about a 4-foot pass right into the face.
She looks okay.
Yep.
So good thing it's not a bloody nose, as here comes the inbound from Abby Kamensky, throwing it all the way out to Douglas. Josie Douglas now with it to Burke, top of the three-point line. Into the paint to Katie Titus at the elbow. It's on the floor, fighting for it, and stolen back by North Platte, following a bad pass as Kamensky euros into the lane. And I believe Camry Drager is going to be fouling Kamensky, and because of that, she'll go to the free throw line to fire her first 2 free throws.
Yeah, the senior's averaging 10.2 points per game on the season.
One of 2 North Platte players to average 10 points. The other being, of course, Kiki Williams, who is still out with an injury, as that's nothing but net for Abby Kamensky.
And again, she had that 30-plus point performance last weekend.
Against Shatteren. Has been, ever since Kiki's gone out, the main facilitator for the offense for North Platte, and has been fantastic from the three-point line, as Kamensky will miss the second. 3-1 on our wicked fast scoreboard in favor of Crete and the Cardinals. Into the paint, they try to go to Zeman, and that's going to go out of bounds following the potential save from Kylie McMillan. It's a turnover for Crete as they look to apply some pressure in a full-court press. More of a trap style is what it looks like right now, as Kamensky now will try to take it across the half-court line. She crosses over, gets into the neutral setting, and passes to Josie Douglas. Douglas back to Kamensky here on the right wing. She's going to look, cross-court back on over to Josie Douglas. Douglas around the perimeter, into the lane, kicks it into the corner to Burke. Burke drives, Burke kicks it to Ewing. Ewing now to Douglas. Douglas, she drives baseline. Douglas euroing up for the layup. It's in from Josie Douglas.
Beautiful move.
And there's a good offensive possession for North Platte. They were able to break the defense down, and that's going to be a turnover there for Sierra Christ. Ball went right through her hands and out of bounds.
Yep, North Platte puts the press on, and they create a turnover.
Good defense from Katie Titus. Is now Josie Douglas going to sling it all the way into Addison Ewing. Ewing picks her dribble up. In some help. Now to the near side of Douglas in the corner. She's trapped on the baseline. Back to Ewing. She'll fire a step back 3. No good off the back iron. And rebounded by Cassidy Eggy, her second rebound. Dogs have done a pretty good job so far early on in this ball game to not only disrupt what Crete has to offer, but offensively looking a little better in terms of breaking that zone down, as checking in now comes Jordan Adam, the senior.
Yeah, multiple passes on that last possession.
I think the real key for today's game is how efficient can the Dogs be from beyond the arc. It's at the free throw line. Chris fires to the baseline now to Zeman. Some good perimeter passing for McMillan's three. She has that lift off the front iron. Rebounded by Zeman. And now a three from Drager. That's off the mark. And that's going to fall out of bounds. Last touch by Crete and the Cardinals. I really do believe today's game is going to boil down to which team can efficiently shoot the three better, as both teams do like to run the zone, even though the Dogs are more of a man defense. They have been running zone more and more as the season has gone along. As Douglas now slowly up the court to Euling. Now passes it to Kamensky with a head of steam. Down low to Katie Titus. Beautiful bounce pass, but just slinks through the fingers of Katie Titus, and it's a turnover for North Platte. Beautiful look, just unfortunately a little too far ahead of Katie Titus. That's a turnover with 4:51 left to go. We're tied 3-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard between Crete and North Platte High School. Drager fires to the corner now to McMillan. On the baseline, that goes to Zeman. Back to McMillan. McMillan to Drager. Drager into the paint to Sierra Christ. Christ pivoting around, blocked by Addison Euling, and out of bounds by Euling. Good defense from the center, Addison Euling, to block Sierra Christ, and Crete will have an inbound with 17 on the shot clock.
Just went straight up to block that shot. She didn't swing. That would have drawn a foul, but just nice way to wall it off.
McMillan in the post, going up and under, no good. Rebounded by Katie Titus. Another good defensive possession for the Dogs. After getting a quick 2 fouls to start this ball game, done a much better job defensively not fouling. Kamensky now with the ball, top of the three-point line in the quarter. How about J.C. Burke for three? No good, way overshot it. Sierra Christ gets her first rebound as Phoenix Brown as well as Chloe Hanneborg are checking in for North Platte High School. As driving in goes Christ on Euling again. She goes up and under, no good. Fought for by the Dogs between Burke and Euling, but it goes out of bounds, and here comes a big rotation for Sydney. Leslie Cradaville will be getting the substitution in alongside, I believe, trying to find out there. All the people subbed in. Cassidy Eggy also checks in, and Trinity McMillan. McMillan to Adam. He'll fire a three. That's in. First three today for Crete, as that's Jordan Adam getting the first three from either side. 6-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard.
1-3-1 half-court trap. That's not where you want the ball to be. Good job getting it out of there.
Kamensky now fires to Phoenix Brown on the left wing. Back to Kamensky. Kamensky drives. Now thought about the three to Brown. They try to go into the paint, and that's going to be stolen away by Trinity McMillan. Up the court comes Drager. Camry Drager going to the baseline. Oh, she splits through two defenders. That ball's on the floor, and it's picked up by Chloe Hanneborg, as she will, not at 100% mile-per-hour speed, slowly take it up the court for the Dogs. They trail by 3, 6-3 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Euling to Douglas. She's wide open. She'll fire for three. No good. Fought for, rebounded by the side of Chloe Hanneborg, and then a foul will be assessed, I believe, to Cassidy Eggy. Actually, they're going to call that against Trinity McMillan. McMillan with the foul, and with that to the free throw line actually is going to be Chloe Hanneborg for North Platte High School.
Fouled on the putback.
2 fouls apiece as Hanneborg's first free throw. That's in for the Dogs. 6-4 now on our wicked fast scoreboard with 3:08 left to go in the first quarter. North Platte trailing by 2. Ooh, that one no good. That's going to be rebounded, though, by Josie Douglas. She throws it all the way out to Kamensky, who now drives into a triple team out to Douglas, who drives baseline. Trapped again. Douglas needs help. Finds Hanneborg, who's now going to be trapped in the corner, to Euling. And then another foul is going to be called against Cassidy Eggy. Eggy will collect her first foul, and that's now the 4th team foul for Crete. Actually, it's 3rd team foul correction. Should be the 4th, actually. Douglas, top of the three-point line. Now looks to drive in. She stops, pops to Kamensky, who then fires to Hanneborg. She'll fire her first three. Oh, nothing but net for Chloe Hanneborg, and the Dogs take the lead 7-6 on our wicked fast scoreboard with 2:38 left to go in this first quarter. Trinity McMillan to Drager.
4 quick points for Hanneborg, and that's just about her average for the season.
Adam fires another three, and that's going to hit the rafter, and that's a turnover. It's good to see the young Dogs get more confident behind the perimeter, because if we had Chloe Hannibal come in earlier this season, she wasn't really going to be taking those threes.
No. Nope.
And that was nothing but net. As checking now back in comes Kylie McMillan. So the McMillan sisters are in. That's Kamensky with it now. She goes to the three-point line, throws it all the way over to Douglas. They trying to go down low to Phoenix Brown. It's tipped out of bounds by Leslie Crateville. 7-6, another inbound on the baseline for North Platte High School, leading by 1 with 2:15 left to go on our wicked fast scoreboard. Throw all the way out to Josie Douglas and around the logo. She fires into the corner to Kamensky. Kamensky drives past Adam, now lobbing it up, and that's a travel for Abby Kamensky. She tried to get it into the paint to Addison Euling, and unfortunately she turns the ball over.
That's 5th turnover in the first quarter for the Dogs.
Really? Has that really been 5?
Yeah, it's been 5.
That's crazy. I didn't think they turned it over that much already. Maybe I'm just going blind.
Was it the Sydney game we were over 40?
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we don't want to talk about that game. It's a 3 on the way from Crateville is no good. Great rebound for Chloe Hannibal. She's going to slow it down. Oh, she is trapped for a second, but gets it to Addison Euling, and the Dogs will reset the offense. Going baseline goes Douglas. Shot is up. She looked for a foul. No good. Ball's on the floor, and it's rebounded by Jordan Adam. A little hectic of a shot there for Josie Douglas. She thought she was fouled, and shot it up anyway, as that's going to be out of bounds from Trinity McMillan. Got the ball on the press upward into the half court, but stepped out of bounds, and that's a turnover for Crete and the Cardinals. As here comes Kamensky up the court to the other side of it to Douglas. Douglas now passes back to Kamensky. Good breakdown, and here comes a rotation in. As that pass down low into the paint, in and out of the hands of Phoenix Brown, and picked up by Cassidy Eggy. And now up the court comes side of Kylie McMillan. Into the corner to the Trinity McMillan. McMillan down low, ball's on the floor, picked back up, and around we go. Trinity McMillan, down low pass. Shot is up from Eggy, no good. Fought for, rebounded by nobody, as both Eggy and Phoenix Brown will get into a batch for the jump ball, and with that, here comes another set of rotations for Crete. Drager checks in, as well as Ariana Husinkveld.
Not quite like the shift change that Sydney would apply, but they're
still
substituting 3 at a time.
Well, they do have a pretty long, lengthy bench, as up now comes Josie Douglas. Ooh, that was kind of scary there. She was caught between half and half of the half-court line and the full court, as there goes Abby Kamensky, who, as we were just saying, backs down into the half court and turns the ball over with 51 seconds left to go as Phoenix Brown checks out, and here comes an inbound. You couldn't have typed it any more like that. Jeff Smeltzer.
She was stuck in reverse and didn't stop till she crossed half court.
Chris pass to McMillan, who finds it in to Drager. Back to Chris, and a foul will be called, I believe, against Chloe Hannaborg for a reach. That'll be the first for Hannaborg. And now checking in comes J.C. Burke for Hannaborg. So the Dogs back to their starting 5 with 40 seconds left to go here in quarter number 1, leading by 1, 7-6. That pass into the paint, no good. It was intended for Sierra Christ, as Katie Titus got her hands on it and tipped it out of bounds for another inbound for Crete and the Cardinals. Drager looking, throwing into the corner to McMillan. Now to Trinity McMillan. At the free throw line, there goes Husinkveld. No good, and strongly rebounded by one Addison Ewing. Up the court, Kamensky goes. Didn't get a full court press that time, but right back into that trap defense for Crete. Douglas in the paint with it. Crosses it over to Ewing. To Kamensky. She now splits through 2 defenders and a third, and gets called for the travel. And she tries to split through multiple defenders. Unfortunately, slid as she stopped, and that's a turnover with 15 seconds here in the first quarter. McMillan up to Drager. Camry Drager now with it. Passes it to Trinity McMillan. Now to Kylie McMillan. She stops, fires to Husinkveld with 4 seconds. Her little hook is off the mark. Rebounded by Sierra Christ. No good, and that is how, though, this first quarter will come to an end. Dogs up 1 over Crete, 7-6 on our wicked fast scoreboard. We come back here to the Doghouse, FM 98.1 and AM 1410 with live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream.
As your American Family Insurance agent in North Platte, I'm looking out for what matters to you, even when nothing's wrong. This is Justin Thompson at the Justin Thompson Agency. Call me at 534-2400 or stop in at 501 South Dewey Street, and let's talk about your insurance needs today.
American Family Insurance.
American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
A lot goes into taking care of your property. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in. Like Kubota BX and L-Series compact tractors that get the job done right. Z-Series mowers that deliver a quality cut. And Sidekick utility vehicles where durability meets speed. Visit your local Kubota dealer for a demo today.
See the full line of Kubota products at your North Platte Kubota on South Highway 83 or online at npkubota.com.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Doghouse, FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. Timeout's brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Its location 621 South Dewey, Sweet Beat. Those are other sponsors for today's game. Premier Toyota at Premier Toyota just south of I-80 in North Platte. Stop on by and to find the perfect car for you. As well as another round, bar and grill, where fun meets fine dining. That is another three for Jordan Adam. That is her second three today, and now Crete takes a 2-point lead, 9-7 on our wicked fast scoreboard. How about Douglas, who thought about the three to Kamensky here on the right wing? Crete going kind of with this, I wouldn't say with this almost diamond zone defense, as Douglas will answer back with a three of her own, and the Dogs lead by one. Adam cross-courts it over to Drager. Camry Drager on the near side will get past Burke and set the offense up. Now, Kylie McMillan back to Drager, to Adam. Adam fires another three. That's another one for Jordan Adam.
Just going to trade threes.
I was going to say, we talked about how it was going to be a battle of the threes today, potentially, with both teams running this zone defense, and so far, Crete takes the lead 12-11 on the wicked fast scoreboard as Titus trying to get the rebound, and it's picked up by Jordan Adam. That's the second for Adam, and here comes Drager the other way for Crete and the Cardinals. Drager going coast to coast. Oh, man, that's a foul for Addison Euling. I believe won't be shooting free throws as we'll have an inbound for Crete with 6:44 left to go. A 2-point lead for the Cardinals.
I thought that was on the shot, but that's okay.
I was about to say the same thing, too, but we will take it as that's tipped out of bounds by the senior, Abby Kamensky. First half was only a 1-point lead for the Dogs, 7-6 after quarter number one. Jeff Smeltzer was kind of a tough first half for either side as they just were unable to really find good offensive, clean possessions.
Yeah, you can tell Crete is really putting a focus on another three.
As another three, this one
focus on Abby Kamensky. She didn't take a shot until the second quarter.
Camry Drager hits her first three today, and it's 15-10 on our wicked fast scoreboard as Kamensky now into the paint, tries to pass it to Chelsea Douglas, but there is a foul. I believe that might go against Jordan Adam. It will go against Jordan Adam. That's the first for Adam and the first for Crete as a team. Yeah, and this is kind of the byproduct. It's not really a 2-3 zone. It's a diamond.
1-3-1. It's a trapping.
And the Dogs rarely have kind of seen a trap zone defense. A lot of teams run a 2-3 as that one's going to be tipped and stolen away. Sierra Chris throws it up now to one. Kylie McMillan who hits the bucket, and now that is a huge 8-0 run for Crete out of the start of this second half. One Jeff Smeltzer and
with that 1-3-1 defense that they're using here in the first half, you're not getting very many good perimeter looks. There's somebody always in Abby's face when she catches the ball. One of the weaknesses is the low post. If they can get a low post entry down there. Addison has been playing kind of the high post. Katie's down there. If they can get Katie Titus, I think she could have a turnaround.
Do you feel like they should maybe switch Titus?
That's what I wondered.
Because while Katie Titus, is playing technically the center position in the lineup, she's more of a power forward, so she doesn't have the height that somebody like, Addie Zeman or Sierra Christ has. And because of that, the Dogs are wanting to get it into Katie Titus, but she doesn't have that extra height to really, tower over somebody, and because of that, the Dogs have been struggling to start their offense up in getting to the low post like we know that they are accustomed to. They try to get the ball, as there's going to be a foul against Kylie McMillan, reaching in against Abby Kamensky, I believe. That will be against McMillan, the first for McMillan. Because as we know, the Dogs like to go inside out with their offensive start. Pass to Euling at around the free throw line, and then pass it back out for a three. And so far with the way this zone is set up,
been unable
to.
Now we've got 2 low posts. Let's see if we can find somebody.
As Kamensky now almost
high.
gets trapped, and then another offensive foul with a forearm shove from Abby Kamensky, and that's a turnover for North Platte. 17 to 10. Yeah, 10th turnover. You can kind of also see maybe the little bit of the rust from North Platte High School. It's been a full week since they last played. They didn't have a game on Thursday, as now Drager on the left wing. Around the perimeter to Adam. Now at the free throw line to Eggy. Now Drager for 3. Oh, another one is hit. Should have been a foul against Abby Kamensky, as Camry Drager has 6 points, and the threes are starting to fall for Crete, and they are ever expanding this lead. It's now a 10-point lead for the Cardinals, 20 to 10 on our wicked fast scoreboard with 5:20 left to go. Burke in some trouble. Fires to Douglas in the corner. She drives. Tried to kick it in to Katie Titus, but travels with the basketball. And that's a turnover as Addie Zeman checks in for Cassidy Eggy.
Yeah, as soon as she got ready to pass the ball, the defender dropped down and fronted Katie, and then Josie had nowhere to go.
So now Adam throwing it up here to McMillan. Kylie McMillan now to Christ. Chris cross course to Drager. Drager pumps and drives and goes up and under. Beautiful move by
that was a pretty move.
Camry Drager. Got her defender jumping and then hits the bucket, as checking in Phoenix Brown as well, as Chloe Hanneborg is now checking in Trinity McMillan for Crete. Into the corner to Burke. She pumps. She tries to drive. And that's a foul against Sierra Christ. First foul for Christ in today's game, and the Dogs trail by 12 with 4:49 left to go, as here comes those substitutions. Titus and Burke will check out. And checking in now comes Trinity McMillan. With 4:49 left to go here in the first half, a lead for Crete of 22 to 10. Kamensky with the basketball, gets a screen from Euling. Now will not take the screen and try to cross over. This time takes it, passes to Hanneborg, to Douglas. Douglas, they had an opening for Euling. She now gets it to Addison Euling, who crosses it to Kamensky for 3. Oh, that one just off the back iron. Tipped and rebounded by Sierra Christ. That is her second rebound. A good look for the Dogs, just unfortunately yet again couldn't get the shot to fall. As Drager once again tries to go for the up and under, is no good. She collects the rebound into a double team. Drager is, and around the perimeter we go to Trinity McMillan. McMillan to Drager. She'll fire another 3. And that's another 3 for Camry Drager.
Timeout?
Now, we might be seeing a timeout potentially. No, as that's now the third 3 for Camry Drager. It's 25 to 10 in favor as they try to get it down low. To Phoenix Brown. She mishandles it for a second. Passes it to Douglas. Now to Kamensky, who drives and penetrates. Floats it to Brown. Her shot trying to go up and under is blocked. Actually, hits the bottom of the hoop, and then it gets fouled from behind. So with that, Phoenix Brown goes to the free throw line. They were able to get the ball into Phoenix Brown, but just not with enough gusto, and Brown's first free throw is in. As checking in comes Leslie Cradaville.
Just a 36% free throw shooter on the season.
I have to give you a weird look because that just sounds not right, because Brown has felt like a much better free throw shooter the last couple of weeks for the Dogs, as she nails both of them. Want to take that back, Mr. Schmelzer? It's 25 to 12.
She's probably over 40% now. No, that's what it says. I'm looking
crazy.
at Max Prep stats. Yeah.
Cradaville, that's actually Drager, going to try to pass the ball, pivots, and finds Cradaville. Into the paint they go to Chris. Swing pass to Trinity McMillan. Back to Cradaville. Now to Drager. Drager to McMillan. 17 on the shot clock. Perimeter passing by Crete. At the free throw line, Sierra Christ drives and floats one in. As Sierra Christ finds her second bucket. She has 4 points in today's contest. It's 27 to 12 with 3:16 left to go. As there's a good pass to the far side. They try to gun it down low, does Josie Douglas. Now that was a good pass. She tried to sneak it into Phoenix Brown, but tipping it out goes Leslie Cradaville. And Now, Douglas will inbound it to Kamensky on the far side. As Kamensky steps back, guarded by Drager. Now to Douglas. Douglas heaves it to Hanneborg in the right corner.
One more.
Now to Kamensky, to Douglas. Oh, they had it for a second. 8 seconds. Kamensky with it. She'll set for 3. Little off-kilter that shot, and it's out of bounds. And that is how this offensive possession will come to an end. I see Josie Douglas on her left hand has 2 fingers taped up.
Yeah, you are correct. She does. I don't know what happened there.
Good thing she's not a left-handed shooter. Is now a half heave up here to Crateville. Crateville will try to get the ball picked up, and now does so and passes to McMillan. Trinity McMillan to the free throw line. Uh-oh, that's Drager for 3. She hit another. Boy, she is just having a night today. Camry Drager has 14 points. That is her 4th 3 of this ball game, Jeff Smeltzer. After starting the first quarter without hitting a 3, she has basically hit 4 of them all in the second quarter.
How many non-3-pointers have they hit? It seems like all their points are coming off the three.
Let's see here. Drager alone has 12 from the three-point line.
35 has hit a couple from 3, hasn't she?
Jordan Adams has also hit 3. She has 9 points, so there's 21.
21 out of their 30.
As that shot is no good, and it's rebounded by Sierra Christ. And now up Drager goes again. Camry Drager has that tipped out of bounds, I think, by Abby Kamensky, and the Dogs will now, with 1:59, go on the defense as checking in Jordan Adam as well as Kylie McMillan. Checking out goes Zeman as well as Crateville, and here comes another inbound for Crete and the Cardinals to the near side. Adam now back over with some perimeter passing to Trinity McMillan. Oh, they tried to go into the paint to Kylie McMillan, but that is a bad pass and a turnover for Crete as here comes checking back in Crateville. As she checks in for Jordan Adam. And now, here comes another inbound for North Platte with Crete showing pressure in this trap again. Kamensky picks her dribble up. Oh, that must be a bad pass stolen by Drager. As Drager's shot, no good, as that's going to be a foul on Josie Douglas as she swatted Camry Drager from behind on the arm. And now to the free throw line goes Camry Drager. Her first time today. She has 14 total points, 12 of them coming from beyond the arc.
Probably a good foul by Josie Douglas. Make her earn it from the free throw line.
She'll make the first one for her 15th point. It's now 31-12 on our wicked fast scoreboard. As checking in comes Cassidy Eggy. As another one's going to be hit by Drager. She's got 16 in today's ball game. 32-12. The Dogs struggling to really find, I think the word is comfort in their offense with this Crete defense. Douglas slings it up to Kamensky. Oh, she had a second there to pass it to Phoenix Brown, but decided to go against it. And now Douglas in transition for 3. Bang! Well, we can argue about the miss of Phoenix Brown, but if Josie Douglas can hit that 3, it rectifies the situation.
All is well.
17-point lead for Crete and the Cardinals, 32-15 with 1:18 left to go before halftime. Now, Crateville for 3. Wow, that's way off the mark, but a strong rebound by Eggy. She misses, gets the second rebound, as that's going to be tipped out of bounds. Ooh, that's touched by a dog. I thought Kylie McMillan had that, but no good. Good defense interiorly as Cassidy Eggy got 2 rebounds but couldn't convert. And out checking in comes Ariana Husinkveld. As out goes Trinity McMillan. Drager with the inbounds. Trying to find somebody. Throwing it all the way out. That's tipped into the air. Picked up by Christ. And now around the perimeter we go. Uh-oh, there's Husinkveld for 3. No good. Fought for. Rebounded by Husinkveld. Gets her own miss somehow. And now Drager has it. Drager in a double team. Pivots around 2 defenders. And that is going to be an offensive foul against. Actually, correction, that's going to be a timeout, it looks like. Timeout called by Brett Ellers. And that is where we'll see with 51 seconds left to go before halftime. 32-15. 17-point lead for Crete and the Cardinals. I mean, Dogs have just looked out of comfort on the offensive side, and we've seen that a couple of times against these longer opponents. They just don't seem really comfortable, and I think also it just boils down to the passes have also been, I would say lackluster is the word, but they just haven't had enough gusto to it to get to where they need to go.
11 first half turnovers. Only 1 shot attempt in the paint. That was a drive by Josie Douglas very early in the game. And other than that, only 2 other 2-point field goals attempted. Everything else has been a 3-point attempt for the Dogs.
And we know this team is, while, yes, in these recent weeks, they've been a much better 3-point shooting team than they have been to start the season. Still not their identity that this North Platte offense normally consists with, as Drager to the far side with it, 20 on the shot clock. Now the pass at the free throw line to Husingfeld. Back to Drager. Drager caught, picture dribble up, swings it on over to McMillan. To Drager. Uh-oh, another 3. There's no way, right? Nope, she misses that one as Douglas collects the rebound. I was about to throw my headset if she hit another one. As now up goes Chloe Hanneborg in the right corner. She's trapped to Kamensky. Kamensky with 26 seconds. She is wide open as Chloe Hanneborg. Euling now at the free throw line. Lost the ball for a second. Back to Kamensky. She's fighting for it. Ball is still on the floor, and it's picked up by McMillan. Here comes Kylie McMillan the other way. And that is a free bucket. As Kamensky had an opening of Chloe Hanneborg in the right corner, just couldn't see her. Now cross court with 3 seconds, stolen away by Drager as Camry Drager as time expires. Gets the bucket, 34-15, and that is how this first half comes to an end. Jeff Smeltzer, it's 36-15.
36-15, outscored 30-8. In that second quarter.
Oh, man. Ugh.
Yeah.
You hate to hear that one because I thought it was a pretty good first quarter for North Platte High, and then, oh boy, unfortunately, it all just came apart, and once again, it's just fronted by the Dogs' inability to really break down this 1-1-3 zone that Crete's putting in. Again, a zone that is not really used much. You know, let's be real, not a very actively used zone in high school basketball, but when you have the length that Crete does, you're not shocked that is what they go to.
You know, if you watch the Paxton Tigers over the years, Paxton Gordon.
I know, right? There's a Paxton on the other team as well.
When Jody Rhodes was coaching, they ran, and they might still. I haven't seen the Paxton for a while, but they'd run that same kind of defense. They'd force you or encourage you to cross half court, and then they'd trap you as soon as you crossed half court.
And that has been kind of the issue for North Platte High School is when they do get they unfortunately put themselves in a situation where they do get trapped frequently with some of their passes, and it forces them to think a little bit more. And sometimes the Dogs, they do want to play with an upper fast tempo, and that unfortunately forces them to pass the ball into a corner where a trap is without thinking that this is going to put us into a sticky situation. And that's just how these turnovers have happened and how these bad offensive possessions have come about.
12 turnovers in the first half. And sometimes you take the path of least resistance, and if you ask yourself, why is it easy to go down the sideline? Because that's where they want you to go. So, first quarter they did a nice job.
You thought they were making good strides in terms of able to find some good looks, and then for some reason in the second half, I think again boils down to they just got hurried up. And again, they took the path of least resistance and finding the open player, which again, in technically is the right decision. You know, like open player, pass the ball to them. But with the way that this zone defense works, they want you to go into the corners or on the sideline because that's where they're going to close out and trap you.
Yeah, they're going to use that sideline and half-court line to their advantage as 2 other defenders. Abby Kaminsky maybe forced a few things. They've made it really difficult on her to get a shot. Her last 1 or 2 3-point attempts were open shots, just didn't fall. But they're making life difficult for her. I still think you can go inside out. We haven't tried that enough, but we'll see. We got another half ahead of us.
We do, and this is probably the game where you miss, Kiki Williams the most, because she is that force down low, and she would really force that zone to collapse onto her. But Dogs trailing 36-15 at the half. We come back here to the Doghouse on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course video live streaming on our Wild Bills Fun Center live stream.
Buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. See Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com, just south of I-80, North Platte.
The Dogs play here on FM 98.1 and 1410 AM KOOQ AM North Platte. Enjoy great food from Merrick's Ranch House. There's 10% off online ordering, and Merrick's offers a 10% veteran and military discount. Dine in, order online at merricksnp.com, use DoorDash, or call 532-8200 for carryout.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Doghouse, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. Dogs trailing 36-15. Quick Stop, 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop always open right around the corner. We highlighted very specifically how the Dogs have just really struggled here in trying to find openings for some good offense against this Crete defense, but outside of that, defensively for North Platte High School, I didn't think it was a horrible, second quarter for North Platte. We talk about how they gave up 30 in the second, but to be honest, a lot of it's just come down to Crete hitting their threes whenever they've gotten the opportunity to.
Yeah, really good three-point shooting by the Cardinals. Getting beat on the boards though.
11-6,
yeah,
which is not good. And of course, that is we ask a lot of Addison Ewing to do, with being the lone 6-footer on the team. But getting out rebounded 11-6 is not an Addison Ewing thing. It's just the amount of effort you need to do to put in and box out.
Yep. Overall, Bulldogs are 4 for 12 shooting for the first half. That's not very many shots when you're only shooting the ball 12 times.
No.
1 for 3 inside the arc, and what would that be? 3 for 9 outside. So 33% shooting all the way around. But the 12 turnovers, that's keeping you from getting shots.
Yep. And again, that's just a byproduct of how this season has gone. The turnovers leading to very, very few offensive possessions that then get you into a situation like they are right now where they are trailing 36-15, and we're sitting here thinking, what can the Dogs do to come back into this ball game? And that'll then jump us into our Owls Lock and Safe keys to the second half, securing North Platte and the surrounding areas for over 50 years. Defensively, I don't think there is too much to really harp about outside of, do a better job of boxing out and maybe, closing out a little better on the perimeter. But the real question then comes offensively, what do they need to do?
Yeah.
Because so far they really, really have struggled to break this Crete defense down.
You're in it. Very reminiscent of the Huskers playing the Washington Huskies the other night when Washington started out 8 for 8 from the three-point line. I'm going to take a venture that the Lady Cardinals aren't going to shoot as hot as they had in the first half from the three-point line.
I hope not.
So don't worry about that. Just keep doing what you're doing, but get some rebounds. Make sure you're checking out, get some rebounds, and don't turn the ball over. Take your time. Make sure you get a shot off each possession.
Because that's going to – I think at this rate it's more about you need to get more shots up than you have previously been, because they will go in at some point. They're going to start hitting, and I think the more shots you're able to produce, it is going to cut this Crete defense down a little bit. The ball movement has been all right in some instances, not good in other instances.
No,
so
your three-point shooting isn't bad. You're shooting 33%.
That's pretty good.
Arc.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You're just not getting very many looks. And again, we talked about this about the boys, what kind of turnovers they are. They're live ball turnovers happening between the arc and the free throw line, ending up and run-out layups.
Those last minute, I think they had 6 points off of transition because of those turnovers.
And that's just losing your focus. Those passes were read. I mean, the defender read that pass coming, took it on the run, and ended up getting a layup. So just slow down, focus, get across half court, work the ball a little bit, and get a good shot.
That you'd love to see. Second half coverage here when we come back on FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
Thanks for listening to the Quick Stop Halftime Show. Second half action is next on FM 98.1.
PuroClean of North Platte delivers fast water, mold, and fire damage restoration services to the North Platte area. PuroClean knows how challenging those times can be to you and to your family. Their Nebraska-based experts have a winning, reliable combination of training and equipment partnerships. Local, fast service in the North Platte area. Their average on-site time is 60 minutes, and they'll coordinate with your local insurance provider. Give PuroClean a call now at 1-800-775-7876 and schedule a visit from a member of the team at PuroClean in North Platte.
Starting something new can be challenging. At Mid-Plains Community College, we see what it takes to build your dreams and through our educational instruction, make them a reality. Whether you are learning a new skill that can take your professional career to the next level, or you're looking to change your life through our educational offerings, you can build a successful future. Enroll today and begin transforming your future at mpcc.edu. That's mpcc.edu.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Doghouse, FM 98.1, AM 1410. It's 36-15 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. That was the conclusion of our Quick Stop halftime show. 27 locations, open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop always open right around the corner. Happy senior night, Jeff Smelter. 36-15, North Platte High School trailing Crete and the Cardinals is second half action just about to get underway. Dogs will be starting with the basketball here in the second half. I know we talked about what they need to do offensively, but I think what they also need to do is start maybe picking tempo up a little bit. There's been a couple of times where I just felt like the ball has died at the point of attack as Kamensky to the far side drives and penetrates and lost the ball for a second. Now Douglas with it, trapped in a corner. To Titus at the left elbow, she fires. Oh, takes a couple bad bounces, and it's rebounded by the side of Sierra Christ. But I have to say that finally the Dogs are able to find a shot in the paint.
Good look in the paint.
That's Kylie McMillan to the baseline now to Christ. Christ swings, some more good perimeter passing. Uh-oh, that's Drager open. She misses it. Oh, but a free rebound going the other way of Cassidy Eggy. We talked about needing to box out. Eggy now has 5 rebounds and an easy putback, and it's 38-15. Our Wicked Fast scoreboard.
I hate to be negative. There's 2 Cardinals that could have got the rebound. Neither one of them had a body on them. Neither one of them are blocked out. Dogs will get it right. Just didn't work that time.
Douglas with a great bounce pass to Kamensky, who fires for 3. It's in. There's a bucket for Abby Kamensky, and that comes off of a great pass by Josie Douglas. 38-18, a 20-point lead for Crete. Will we get the jump ball? We will get the jump ball. It'll go the way of Crete, but there's good defense by North Platte High School.
Coming out with a little more fire. I like that. Take some chances, gamble a little bit.
Yeah, because what's the worst that's going to happen?
Yeah.
I mean, you're already trailing by 20. It's at this point, you just got to keep throwing stuff at the wall in terms of doing things energy-wise, and maybe good things will come your way. Oh, that's open 3 for Kylie McMillan. She misses it, and it's rebounded by Josie Douglas on the baseline, and here comes North Platte up the other way. McMillan guarding Josie Douglas. Goes to the far side. Douglas doesn't want to get trapped. Picks her dribble up, needing some help. Swings it to Euling at around the logo. Euling with it. Now drives. Kicks to Burke. Burke on the perimeter. Oh, she tried to bounce pass it to Katie Titus, and that's stolen away by Cassidy Eggy. She passes it behind to McMillan, and that's an easy bucket for Crete. And there it is once again. That
a live ball turnover.
Yep, right around the three-point line in the logo, and now it's 40-18 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Euling with the ball now. Top of the three-point line. Passes it back to Kamensky for 3. She hits another one. That's now back-to-back threes for Abby Kamensky to start the second half.
Different looking 3. She got her feet set. First half, she had to rush a little bit. These last 2 looked really good.
Drager into the corner to McMillan. Now to the free throw line. Eggy fires from the right elbow off the mark. Great rebound by Katie Titus as Burke throws it up to Kamensky. Kamensky now 2-on-1. Kamensky going coast to coast. Oh no, that hits the bottom of the bucket. And now up, here comes a 2-on-1 fast break for the Cardinals. Euro step for Chris, and there's a block foul by Addison Euling. And that's the now second foul for North Platte High School. It's 40-21 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard as Addie Zeman checks in as well as Jordan Adam. For North Platte, it's Chloe Hanneborg and Phoenix Brown as there's the first free throw for Christ. She's a perfect 3 for 3 and has 5 points in today's ball game.
Yeah, good looking form on her free throws, too. I can see why she's 3 for 3.
41-21. As again, checking out goes Burke and Titus. As Christ misses that free throw, and it's going to be fought for and last touched out of bounds by Chloe Handelborg. Now, can't really blame the Dogs on missing that rebound, as that took an ugly bounce off of the rim.
Long rebound at a 45-degree angle.
As here comes Drager, guarded by Handelborg. She drives and kicks. Some good perimeter passing as Adam fires for three. Oh, my good heavens. Jordan Adam with a hand on her face hits another one. That is, guess what, her fourth three today. That is split between her and Camry Drager. Both have 8 threes apiece, or combined in this ball game, as that is going to be Kamensky driving and then a foul called, I believe, against Drager.
That shot almost like a double pump. She had to kind of a fake, gather herself and shoot it up again, and nothing but
with a hand in her face. That's like, I think all of her threes today have been nothing but net from Jordan Adam. As here comes an inbound for Abby Kamensky, and the Dogs trailing 44-21. That shot no good. 24 is another three for Kamensky. No good. Fought for, rebounded by Cassidy Eggy. I think we have a mismatch on the score. I don't think they counted Kamensky's last three. As now Christ in the paint, now passes out. Oh, and a travel for Sierra Christ.
Well, it was 15 at half, and we've got 21, and Kaminsky's made 2 threes. Have we made anything else?
24. Should be 24 if my math was correct. As now Douglas with it. Around the perimeter. Back to Kamensky. Kamensky drives and splits through 2 defenders, and then a foul will be called against Addie Zeman. Zeman's first.
Abby's 1 for 2 on the afternoon from the free throw strike.
Oh, no, it is 21 points. Yeah. As I guess I did misclick.
It's that Kansas State math.
I wanted to, I can't even lie, as that's missed by Kamensky. I wanted to actually, originally, little side note, be a mechanical engineer, and that requires, guess what, a lot of math. And I lasted probably a semester and a half before I switched to radio. Not many math in radio, as Kamensky will miss the second, and there's another rebound for Chris. That is her 5th rebound, as again, the Dogs getting beat on the boards in today's contest. As Adam around the perimeter picks her dribble up into a double team. Oh, Drager is wide open for 3. She misses. That's the second miss of this second half for Camry Drager from beyond the arc. And checking in comes J.C. Burke for Phoenix Brown. And a timeout will be called by North Platte High School with 4:13 left to go, 44-21. As checking in now comes Leslie Cradaville as well as Kylie McMillan. Timeout's brought to you in part by Kevin McGann in the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann in the Fortify Group. Location 621 South Dewey, Sweet Beat. As well as our other sponsors for today's game, Justin Thompson Family Agency. No matter what type of insurance you are looking for, farm, ranch, auto, home, life, or business, they have the answers for your insurance needs. Check out their offices in North Platte, Ogallala, Broken Bow, and Ord. As well as Dr. Chris Kroll and his crew at Kroll Clinic, where they specialize in sports injuries, helping you get back in the game faster. And here's the best part, no facility fees. Well, 44-21 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard with 4:13 left to go here in the third quarter. North Platte High School trailing Crete and the Cardinals. As now here comes a full court press by Crete as Kamensky's in some trouble. Gets it to Ewing. Ewing throwing it all the way up to Josie Douglas. Douglas now going to get into the half-court setting. Into the lane. Oh, that might be a travel. That's 3 steps, and that is a travel for Josie Douglas. Euroed a little too far away from the bucket and took an extra step and turns it over for North Platte. Drager fires to McMillan. Back to Drager. Camry Drager. She picks her dribble up. Somehow gets it all the way into the full court setting to Addie Zeman. As Zeman, that one is tipped and stolen away by Josie Douglas. One-on-one between Douglas and Drager, and that is another travel by
replay of the last Euro.
Josie Douglas. She gets the first 2 steps and then just takes a third, and that's a turnover for North Platte in back-to-back possessions.
You'll hear a lot of coaches. You'll hear Coach Brandel and Coach Thurman always talk about finishing off 2.
As at that time, stolen yet again offensively by the Dogs, as Chloe Handelborg just off balance, chucks a shot up in transition as here comes Camry Drager. Drager crosses over. That's a good Euro step. And that's another foul by Addison Ewing. Another foul for Ewing, 44-21, and that brings Camry Drager to the free throw line. She's 2 for 2 in today's contest.
Well, I have her down for 3, but 2 was even better, I guess.
As there is I was going to say, I feel like we are missing one foul in today's game from the first quarter as Drager makes the first free throw. She's got 19 points. She'll miss it, so she's now 3 for 4. Strong rebound by Addison Ewing, and here comes North Platte. Up the court they go to the near sideline, trying to avoid the trap. They get it to Kamensky. On the perimeter, she drives into the paint. Oh, she is going to get the shot up. Draw a foul from Addie Zeman, and will go to the free throw line yet again for Abby Kamensky. Was just gifted the paint and a drive on the baseline. She took full advantage and draws the foul as here comes Abby Kamensky firing her first free throw, and she makes it.
2 for 5 on the day, and on the season, she's a 43% free throw shooter.
Sierra Christ checks in for Addie Zeman. And Zeman checks out with 2 fouls. It's a third team foul for Crete in this third quarter.
Good.
She'll go for both and makes both, does the senior Abby Kamensky, 3 for 6 today, so already above her season average.
Yep, 9 points on the afternoon.
45-23, Christ passes it back to Camry Drager. Drager up the court, guarded by Chloe Hanneborg. Swing pass over to McMillan, into the paint to Christ. Oh, Drager open for 3. She misses that one, so now she's 0 for 3 from beyond the arc in this second half as Burke now with it. Oh, swings it to Kamensky. She fires for 3. No good. And that's going to be fought for. Rebounded by Josie Douglas, who guns for the baseline. Short on the shot. Fought for by Chloe Hanneborg, and that's going to be a jump ball that'll go the way of North Platte. Great effort by Hanneborg to continue the possession for North Platte, getting her hands in there and drawing the jump ball.
Yeah, we've missed that the last few games with her being out. Really love the hustle that she provides.
It's Kamensky with the inbounds. Looking, throwing it to Ewing at around the right elbow. Back to Kamensky, and that's going to be stolen away. It was tipped by Sierra Christ and then picked up by Camry Drager. Christ into the corner to McMillan for 3. No good. High arced, rebounded by Kamensky. And now here comes Abby Kamensky, guarded by Drager. Kamensky behind the back, now fires from 16. No good. And from behind, there's a foul against J.C. Burke as she gets the over the back. And that is the third team foul for North Platte with 2:27 left to go here in this third quarter, trailing 45-23.
You know, keeping it pretty even this third quarter.
I was going to say, this third quarter's been much better in terms of distributed scoring between the two teams as Drager's floater just makes it in after she was 0 for 3 from beyond the arc. Camry Drager drives into the paint, floats one up as Burke, one-on-one, gets called and ran into by, I believe that's going to be Leslie Cradaville. That's the first foul for Cradaville. As now 47-23 with 2:07 left to go. Kamensky to Hanneborg. Now to Douglas at around the logo. Douglas to Hanneborg in the corner. She will now drive on the baseline and fire from 18. There's a good shot from Chloe Hanneborg. Crete is just gifting North Platte High School the baseline again, trying to get them trapped. But if they're going to be able, if the Dogs are able to hit their shots on the baseline, as Burke blocks it, but picked up by McMillan. Oh, she's in some trouble. Where's the travel? Oh, and they're going to say she stepped out of bounds. But,
all right.
Whew. But if the Dogs are going to keep giving, or excuse me, Crete's going to keep giving the Dogs the baseline, I wouldn't be shocked if we see North Platte continue to try and exploit that aspect because they've been pretty good in this second half from shots along the baseline.
Keep taking those baseline jumpers. They're going to be there for you.
Douglas swings to Kamensky in the right corner. Kamensky jab stepping, pivots, throws to Douglas. One more passes. Actually, Douglas drives into the lane. Her shot is up. There you go. There's the Euro step from Josie Douglas, this time working. She had an opening with Chloe Hanneborg in the left corner if she wanted to. Took it herself. It's 47-27 as that ball's in the open floor. Cradaville picks it up. Christ on the baseline. Swings it out to McMillan for 3. That's perfect. And that's a timeout.
He was wide open there.
I was going to say, timeout called by Britt Ellers, the head coach for Crete. 50-27 with 1:09 left to go here in this third quarter. The Dogs overextended down in the paint, leaving 2 Crete members open, but McMillan made them pay. And that is now the first 3 today for Kylie McMillan, and it's 50-27 on our wicked fast scoreboard.
Good ball movement that time by Crete, and one of the things North Platte got stuck with their last possession, no movement. It's real easy to play a zone if the offense doesn't move. I mean, you can stand where you are and defend, but if you're moving, make them make decisions. Send a cutter through there. Make them have to defend that cutter. Swing the ball. Shots on the zone come from rotation. When you reverse the ball, that's when you get the shot. Just kind of got stuck there on that right side last time.
When, of course, if you were listening to our Tuesday post-game interview with head coach Jacob Brandel following North Platte's loss to McCook, the first thing he said, there was just no ball movement. McCook went to the diamond zone, which the Dogs just could not, the Knights couldn't break down because they just had no movement with the basketball. And as you said, what's easier than a zone which wants you to,
If nobody moves, it's really easy to play a zone defense. It's when the offense moves is when it becomes difficult.
And that has always been the key to breaking down, whether it be 2-3s, 3-2s, just any type of zone. If you can find good movement, whether it be cross courts or just quick little, swings around the perimeter, you do the ball movement like that, then perfect. Then there's always going to be somebody lacking behind or somebody open, as we just saw for Crete. They had good, as you said, they got good ball movement, and guess what? They had an open player, and then she executed and hit the three. So less than a minute to go. Chloe Hanneborg fires a corner three, overshot it, rebounded by J.C. Burke, as that's going to be tipped out of bounds by Cassidy Eggy. And as you said, there you go, good passing, found Hanneborg open in the right corner. Even though the shot didn't fall, that's exactly as a great example of how the Dogs need to operate offensively for the remainder of this game to at least put some more points together.
We hesitate. Okay,
there's a three from Kamensky.
Yep. No hesitation there.
There you go, and that's now her third three of this second half. Rabbit Kamensky, as she will run into Cassidy Eggy. She tried to go for the steal just a second too late.
It's okay, JC. It's only your second, and it's only the fourth in the quarter.
And the quarter's about to come to an end anyway.
Harm done.
Second for Kamensky. 4 fouls apiece for the Cardinals and the Dogs. 36 seconds out, a 1 second shot clock, game clock difference. Camry Drager to the far side with it, guarded by Burke. Splits through a defender into a double team. She lost the basketball. Fighting for it is Drager as well as Douglas. I think that's going to be off on North Platte.
Yeah, said Josie was the last one to touch it over there on the sideline.
Drager slow to get up. And she's now up and moving around, and there's an inbounds on the far sideline for Crete with 26 seconds left. Still about a 1 second shot clock, game clock difference. Eggy back to a beautiful pass as Trinity McMillan inbounds the basketball to Eggy, and then Eggy fires it right back to a cutting McMillan. And that's a bucket, as there's going to be a foul for Camry Drager. And
so many times teams sleep on the inbounder on the sidelines inbound.
That's the freest bucket, especially on the baseline. If it's a well set up play, that's a free bucket either which way.
Just a give and go with nobody defending her.
And with 14.9 seconds, Camry Drager picks up her third foul and sends Kamensky to the free throw line as she hits another. So far, ever since coming out of the half, I think she's perfect 4 for 4.
Yep, and improving on that free throw percentage.
As Drager goes to the bench again with her 3 fouls. 52-31, make it 52-32 with another free throw for Kamensky. As the pass up now to Eggy. Now to Trinity McMillan. McMillan passes and gets the ball right back. Into the paint to Eggy. Eggy now gets it tipped away. Picked back up by Crete. Driving is Hustingfeld. She steps back with 1 second. No good. Might have gotten away with the shove, but that is how this third quarter comes to an end. North Platte High School trailing Crete 52-32. We come back to the Doghouse. FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming on our Wild Bills Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
Looking for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV? Look no further than Bill Summers Ford Honda Nissan Lincoln for your next vehicle. Look online 24/7 at BillSummers.com. Bill Summers is Western Nebraska's leasing headquarters, and they have aggressive financing to get you into the vehicle you've been dreaming of. Check out all the inventory at BillSummers.com anytime. Bill Summers Ford Honda Nissan Lincoln, where families are our business. Highway 83 and Walker Road in North Platte, and online 24/7 at BillSummers.com.
Jason is a big fan of Runza's Spicy Jack Burger.
With jalapenos.
Why are you saying jalapenos like that?
I pronounce it like it is. Fast and spicy. Jalapeno.
Well, it also has pepper jack cheese, bacon, and ranch.
Not just ranch.
Oh, come on.
Jalapeno ranch. So spicy.
Stop into Runza today and try the Spicy Jack Burger. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Doghouse, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. Timeout's brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Bad pass from Sierra Christ leads to a turnover, and here comes North Platte the other way with Abby Kamensky. Swings to Burke. Burke pivots, drives baseline, kicks it into the corner to Douglas, who fires a contested three. No good. And it's rebounded there by Cassidy Egge. Also thank you to our Sports Zone sponsors for today's game, Zeller Motor Company. Experience the difference with Zeller Motor Company today and drive away with confidence. As well as the Gathering spot, a place for all of your home, for all your gatherings. A spot for baby showers, wedding showers, birthdays, anniversaries, and so much more. As there's Kylie McMillan hitting her second three of the second half, and it's now 55-32. Jeff Smeltzer really take me away. What you saw from the third quarter is J.C. Burke travels and turns it over that you wish the Dogs would continue on into this fourth quarter.
Well, they cut into the lead by a point. They outscored Crete 17-16.
Much better than giving up 30 in the second, so baby steps.
I almost wonder if you wouldn't want to switch to a man here. Zone's given Crete a lot of three-point opportunities, and they've taken advantage of those.
As a great pass into the paint finds Cassidy Egge wide open for her fifth point, but I agree. Maybe try switching it up.
Something different.
Yeah. Because as we know, even though Camry Drager has yet to hit a three in this second half, how about a three for Kamensky? No good. Fought for and another foul by J.C. Burke as she goes over the back of Camry Drager, and that's the second correction for Burke. But yeah, really, outside of Drager's misses from the three-point line in the second half, everybody else for Crete has been pretty productive, so I wouldn't be shocked if they go to a man. They're going to a zone full-court press, the Dogs are, as that's going to be tipped and stolen away by the Dogs. Some good pressure, as there's a shot. Oh, up from Chloe Hanneborg, and
flop warning. Crete.
I believe that's for Camry Drager.
Yeah, tried to take the charge, but there was no contact.
Have you? I know we've been covering a lot of high school basketball, but I think this is the first time I've ever seen a flop warning be assessed.
In high school, yeah. Seen a few at the Knights games, but
there's a foul by Josie Douglas as Coach Hammond not happy yet again, the elbows, and that's probably something that has been a little lacking the last couple of games for the college, as well has been the forearm shimmies. They've been very active in the last couple of games. As stepping out of bounds there is Sierra Christ. So a little bit of retribution. But again, we see in the NBA the predominance of the flop, but haven't seen a flop warning ever been given out in the high school realm recently. As how about Douglas just fires for three? Nobody was around. She misses. Oh, they're going to say it hits the rafter? Oh, that is so unlucky as the Dogs finally got one of their first. I was just about to say, got their first offensive rebound, I think, of the second half. And unfortunately, it results in no good as it touched the rafter. Jordan Adam will check in for Crete. 57-34 on our wicked fast scoreboard. That's Kylie McMillan now with it. Fires to Christ at the logo. Christ back to McMillan on the far perimeter. To Adam. Adam in a double team. Now needs some help. Finds Camry Drager. Drager drives to the near side, picks her dribble up, pivots, fires to Adam for three. That's blocked by Chloe Hanneborg, but somehow the rebound goes to Sierra Christ. She doesn't make it the first time, but makes it the second time. 7 rebounds for Sierra Christ to go along with her 7 points, and it's 59-34 the lead for Crete. Into the corner now to Hanneborg. She drives baseline. Oh, tries to pass the basketball, and they'll call the foul against Cassidy Egge. That's now the first team foul for Crete. And I think we won't be shooting free throws as there'll be an inbounds for North Platte High School on the baseline. Trailing 59-34. Kamensky with the ball. Now throwing it all the way out to J.C. Burke, who gets it. And then they're going to call a foul against Kylie McMillan on the inbounds. So that's back-to-back fouls for Crete in essentially back-to-back plays. And now there's a near side inbound for Josie Douglas. She slings it all the way to Ewing. Gets through her fingers, but she recollects it. Ewing to Burke. Burke pivots around, slips through a defender, picks her dribble up, now to Douglas at the top of the three-point line. That should have been a travel, as Burke now splits through a defender. Oh, she tried to kick it back to Ewing, but Ewing was going to the three-point line.
Yeah.
And that's a turnover for North Platte. As the shot from...
Hey, we got a rebound.
I was going to say, the shot from Camry Drager's no good. And now Burke runs right into Sierra Christ, and that's a block foul for Christ. So in 3 straight possessions, there's been 3 straight fouls by the Cardinals.
You know, that's what the Dogs need. They need to be able to get to the free throw line and try and make points when the clock isn't running.
And really, I think just also pick tempo up.
Yeah.
When the Dogs have been playing with a much faster tempo, they've been doing a much better job of this, breaking down this defense. As there goes the tempo maker, Chloe Hanneborg herself, and that's now in 4 straight plays. Crete fouling North Platte. So from going from 0 fouls to 4, I think in a matter of 15 seconds. It's the third for Cassidy Egge. As now to the free throw line goes Chloe Hanneborg, trailing 59-34. As here comes the first free throw. It's in from Hanneborg.
Good.
She's been perfect today?
Nope, 2 for 3.
Oh.
2 for 3.
Still better than probably her season average.
Yeah.
Can she make it 3 for 4? And she can, off the backboard. 59-36, the lead for Crete and the Cardinals.
Anybody can swish it in, but to bank a free throw,
That's pretty
not
tough.
everybody can do that.
As here comes Drager up the court, guarded by Chloe Hanneborg. Drager kicks to the corner. Driving now in goes Egge. Now to Adam for 3. She might hit another. That one luckily rims in and out, and it's rebounded by Abby Kamensky. And here comes Kamensky, pushing tempo. Kamensky to the near side, following her cross. Fires to Douglas. Douglas on the right perimeter. Now looking for some help. Jab steps, picks her dribble up, slings it to Kamensky. Kamensky now to Douglas. Douglas in the corner to Burke. There's the good pass. She drives baseline. Burke floats one. No good. That's off the side of the back of the bucket. And that's a turnover for the Dogs. They just seem to be missing that last pass.
Yeah. Yeah, because she could have found Addison in the lane that time.
As I believe that's going to be a foul, or actually, correction, we'll have a timeout called by Crete. And that is how we'll go into this timeout. Our timeout's brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortified Group. 59-36 the lead on our Wicked Fast scoreboard for Crete and the Cardinals. And to go back to that point, when you look at a zone defense, it's always not the first and second pass that's what breaks it down. It's that last third pass that really is the deal breaker for a zone defense. And the Dogs tonight have had those openings. They just either haven't seen the third pass or elect not to take it, thinking it's not going to get there in time.
Yeah, and very similar to earlier, they got a pass to Abby, kind of on the wing, but if she would have looked one more pass down, she had Chloe Hanneborg open on the baseline, could have taken a 3 or could have taken a couple dribbles in for a 15-footer like she did earlier. Again, the rotation of the ball, the reversal is where you get the open looks.
As here comes the inbound from Jordan Adam, gets it into Drager. Drager back over to McMillan, back to Drager. Now to Adam. She'll fire another 3. That's air ball, then rebounded by Josie Douglas, who is now pushing tempo. Douglas on the near side, splits through a defender. Now swings to Burke. She'll fire for 3. Why not? And there's a 3. J.C. Burke.
That was a good-looking
gets the 3.
Quick possession right there.
There you go. And how did that happen? Again, the things with zone defense is if once the zone defense gets set up, now you're in trouble. But if you're in a transition break like
set
this.
Up and she got the ball to the middle and kicked it out.
There you go. And she's wide open, and then credit to J.C. Burke. She hit a 3, and give credit to J.C. Burke. We made comments earlier in the season how we feel like she might need to take a couple more shots on the perimeter or maybe it boost her confidence. Yeah. And ever since, I think the 2 games before the Western Conference tournament, she's been making it a more fortified effort to make those perimeter shots. And
1 for 2 on the day.
I was going to say, and in general, she's also been a pretty good three-point shooter when she's given the opportunity. So happy to see, again, as the season goes on.
You can definitely see the improvement in her game. She's gotten much better as year. This season, I guess a year. The season's gone on.
And, that just makes, again, exciting because just like with a majority of this team still young, being a sophomore for, one J.C. Burke, who, again, it feels like she's been here for an eternity, and it's only been once.
Just a sophomore.
I was going to say, she's just a sophomore. And just to think, we sit there and you're sad because we're going to lose such skilled veterans in Kamensky and Ewing who have been here since their freshman
season. Going to lose
season.
some great kids, but it's only 2 of them. That's the good thing. But
yeah,
it's going to hurt because they really are good kids.
As now the pass and swing on over to McMillan. Into the corner to Adam. Back to McMillan. She is open for 3, and she makes another. That's another 3 for Kylie McMillan. And Al, if I told you, Jeff Smeltzer, she's hit 3 in this second half, would you be shocked?
Why not?
I know, right?
Yeah.
As here comes an inbound for Addison Ewing. 62-39 on our wicked fast scoreboard with 3:26 left to go.
We've seen some opponents have good three-point days, but this might be
topping
one of the best,
As here comes Kamensky, penetrating through a couple defenders. Ball's on the floor. She somehow gets it back and goes up and finds the bucket. I know you say this might be the best, but I don't think anything can ever top Kearney High School, their first season with, Mr. Weber.
Well, guys, I was thinking.
Oh, for the ladies, this has been one of the best.
Yeah.
I think that Bennington game earlier this season was kind of crazy in the second half as McMillan open again for 3, overshoots it, and is rebounded by Josie Douglas. But yes, I do agree from an overall statistical metric, this has probably been the most impressive three-point shooting game for an opponent against North Platte High School as Hannaborg misses it, rebounded by Drager. Drager going to go coast to coast, and that's a foul for Josie Douglas in transition as she fouls Camry Drager from behind, and that means Drager will go to the free throw line. She's 3 for 4 today, 62-41. So, and then we always going to go back to the game of what ifs. If there wasn't that 30-point second quarter, Jeff Smeltzer, this game would actually be quite close.
Yeah, and Crete's still shooting the ball well from the three-point line, but we're matching it. We're matching blow for blow.
There's a free throw for Drager.
We just couldn't do it in the second quarter.
And that just kind of feels like not just for North Platte girls, but also for North Platte boys. It's just same thing with the football. It's just one quarter where it all starts to kind of roll apart. But other than that, as Douglas misses that 3, they play really close with their opponents. They just have one quarter that's the ugly quarter, and then the rest kind of unfortunately overshadowed because they're trailing as Drager into the lane. That's a foul against Chloe Hannaborg, and that's the 4th team foul for North Platte, and the second for Hannaborg.
Yeah, that's kind of the way the Mitchell game happened last week. Mitchell came out to a 12-0 lead. They banked in a couple threes. Some really unusual stuff happened. Then the guys started hanging their heads, and it was just kind of a 12-point game until about 2 minutes left, and then they pressed pretty hard and cut it down to 6.
As Trinity McMillan misses the 3, a rebound and a block, that time by Addison Ewing and now we have somebody on the floor. Sierra Christ went for the rebound, and as she was falling, I think landed on Douglas's leg, right on her stomach. So, but again, the culprit of that situation was another offensive rebound for for Crete.
Are we shooting here?
As we are. There's a foul. And now to the free throw line will go Josie Douglas. That foul goes against Sierra Christ. But again, it started off with, again, an offensive rebound for Crete, but the Dogs are able to get in a good possession defensively to force the miss on the rebound as Douglas makes her first free throw. As Ariana Husinkveld will check in for Sierra Christ, who jogs off with smiles. As here comes Douglas to fire her second. No good. Fought for. Oh, it's on the floor still, and it's going to be picked up by Husinkveld. And now here comes the other way, Crete. 63-42. As now into the corner they fire to McMillan. Some good perimeter passing. Drager now passes it to Cronaville. And now some more good perimeter passing as Trinity McMillan lost the basketball. Fought for Burke almost had it. But now it's re-picked up by Crete with 9 seconds. Into the corner. McMillan drives. McMillan shot is up. No good, but there's going to be a foul.
I think she'll be shooting 2.
That's against Chloe Hannaborg. And now shooting 2 will be Trinity McMillan. And that's a tough one because the Dogs are almost about to force a shot clock violation. And just a last-second reach-in from Hannaborg means to the free throw line goes Trinity McMillan. And she'll make the first one.
Do like the defensive effort here. There's multiple times dogs are getting on the floor, getting after loose balls. Still playing hard.
As there goes the two seniors checking out for the final time in today's game on senior night. Euling and Kamensky. As checking in comes Ava Franzen and Phoenix Brown. So here comes what potentially could be next year's starting lineup, minus maybe Katie Titus. As another free throw is made by McMillan. You'd assume that this might be the look the Dogs will be running with next season, but maybe Katie Titus in for Ava Franzen. So going to see a little bit of some action here. That ball's on the floor, and it's going to be picked up by Camry Drager before the officials will call a jump ball, and it'll go the way of North Platte. Checking in now comes Breeley Zeman, as it was Neely Drager who has checked in. So the Drager twins are on the floor for Crete. 65-42 on our wicked fast scoreboard. As now, here comes Phoenix Brown to Hanneborg on the far side. She cross-courts to Ava Franzen, to Douglas, who's open for three. No good, and that's going to be fought for. Rebounded by Chloe Hanneborg, but it's going to sneak through her fingers and be picked up by Zeman. Now over to Adam. Jordan Adam picks her dribble up. Adam in some trouble. Great defense from Burke. Stolen by J.C. Burke, who now looks to go coast to coast. Her shot is up, no good. Where's the foul? And it's going to be rebounded and fought for between Chloe Hanneborg and Leslie Craneville, as here comes J.C. Fox checking in for Douglas. I want to go back to that last possession. There was that third pass we were talking about and looking for. You know what? It didn't hit. It didn't result in the bucket, but Josie Douglas wide open in the corner.
Yep.
As that'll end the day for Douglas. As checking in now comes Lita Perez-Lucas for Crete. As they get the ball in, that's Ebony Sand. Sand gets it back, passes to the far side of Drager. Drager up the court with 49 seconds in a double team. Oh, and they're going to call a foul. Oh, my heavens. It looked like
that was a
for
jump.
I was going to say, it looked like for a second there that I believe Chloe Hanneborg had her hands on it. But unfortunately, they're going to say no. Unbelievable, as here comes the free throw attempts for Keely Drager, as she'll hit her first points today with the free throw. 66-42 with 46 seconds left to go in the ball game. Drager's next free throw. No good. Rebounded by Ava Franzen. Oh, they're going to call a foul. Oh, I think they're going to call a lane violation.
Yeah.
Against
Franzen, I believe.
Yeah, so now back to the free throw line for a third time is Drager. And just by the luck of the draw, she'll make a second. And 67-42. Burke cross-courts it to Hanneborg. Hanneborg on the right perimeter. Now to Burke.
Oh, one more.
Burke
there it
to
is.
Fox. She'll fire for three. That's now back-to-back offensive possessions that, yes, maybe not have come up with with a bucket for North Platte.
But they got the wide open look.
There you go. So we're finally seeing, maybe it might be a little too late, but we're starting to see that they are identifying that extra pass that needs to be hit. As checking in Hayden Hansen with a huge brace on her left knee.
She does.
It's the first time we've seen that brace. Is now up the court with it. Comes Drager, pivoting in some trouble. Passes it, stolen away by J.C. Burke. Burke on the far side, guarded, and that's going to be Burke who almost turns it over. Picked up by Phoenix Brown to Fox. Fox to Brown at the paint. Up as she goes. No, but there you go.
Oh, beautiful entry pass.
Some really good passing for this reserve unit that is now checked in for North Platte, as J.C. Fox found a cutting Phoenix Brown into the paint, as Brown gets fouled by Macy Dunaway. And Brown makes the first one. But I love what I'm seeing on the passing side of things, as checking now in for North Platte High School. I believe that's Jocelyn Torski who checks in for the Dogs. Next free throw from Phoenix Brown is good.
I didn't want to jinx her, but she's 4 for 4 from the line.
Phoenix Brown, I know you said that she's a sub 30% shooter, but I swear these last couple of weeks she's done a fantastic job. Oh my good heavens, where's the travel? As that goes through the fingertips there of Neely Drager. I was about to say, I thought we were staring down the barrel of a travel there for Crete. Still results in a turnover, though, with 6.3 seconds left. Franzen with the inbound. Gets it into Phoenix Brown before it's tipped out of bounds by Madeline Dunham. And now with 6.3 seconds, Dogs have another inbound to potentially find a last-second shot with J.C. Fox inbounding the basketball. Fox gets set, running around. They find Hayden Hansen around the logo with 6 seconds. Hansen floats one up. She had a lot of time left, and that's how that possession will come to an end. Got a little too trigger-happy, thinking time was expiring, but with 2 seconds...
Gamble, try and get one.
Crete's going to get the ball in, and they pass it back. Oh, Hansen almost got the steal, but that is how this game will come to an end. North Platte coming out of their week-long break following their 4th place at the Western Conference Tournament fall to Crete and the Cardinals, 67-44. I really do think that this game is much closer than the score will believe. That 30-point second quarter for Crete is really where things unfortunately got all fell apart for North Platte High School. Because you X out that third quarter, or at least cut it in half at least.
Yeah.
This game is actually maybe a 5-point victory for Crete.
And it's not just giving up 30 points. We couldn't score either. We only scored 8 points that quarter.
Yep.
Just an ugly quarter, but other than that, every other quarter was fairly even. And
I think that's what's most frustrating is we're sitting here and we're looking back at our statistics and we can look at the final score and honestly, without people thinking we're crazy, we can sit here and say this actually was a pretty good game for North Platte holistically. It's just that one ugly quarter that was what cost them in the long run. Because again, as we said, if they cut it out, this game might be close down the wire.
Yeah. Yeah, and when teams shoot lights out like that,
hats off.
What can you do?
Yeah, I was saying hats off to Crete and what they did. But here on senior night, unfortunately, North Platte High School falls in this one 67-44 as we now look to be doing our senior day activities, which you hate and love to see, because it's a good little shout out.
It's a sad day. Yeah, really enjoyed these two for the last 4 years, and
they've done so much for the program, holistically as we talk about it, because they've been here from being freshmen, working their way through the varsity rosters. They've been through every iteration of this team. Of course, Abby Kamensky, who didn't actually start last season for North Platte High School. She was the first member off the bench after starting in her sophomore season, had to come off the bench in her junior season with Ellie Blakely taking over.
And accept different roles. And
No matter what Coach Hammond brought to the table, they always accepted it with a smile on their face.
And did what's best for the team.
And, of course, last season, the Dogs were above 500, and you can say that's due in part to, Abby Kamensky being such a force off the bench, but you always hate to see this moment just for the fact that it means and signifies that their tenure as North Platte High School Bulldogs is coming to an end, but that also means that their high school career is over, but the more exciting college career begins, and that's where I think the fun for a lot of these students really kicks off.
Two very well-grounded young ladies, come from super families. They're going to do some big things in their life. It's just they're not going to be Bulldogs for much longer.
They'll always be Bulldogs in our hearts.
They will. Yep.
And the good thing is every Bulldog that has come through the program, they always come back. We talked about earlier all the Bulldogs we've seen previously come their way back here to North Platte to either visit or make it even their home.
You're going to see in the boys' game, you're going to see assistant coach Max Hayes for Crete, former Bulldog.
Yes.
So now pursuing a coaching career. So good to see him back in the doghouse.
As they'll.
Oh, we're doing the boys too.
The boys here is there goes Eli Broman. But with that, we'll step aside and take a break. When we come back, we will have our Quick Stop post-game show right here at FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
Doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, focus, and dedication. At Shelter Insurance, we understand that because we put in the hard work and dedication for decades. And that commitment is paid off with award-winning customer service for your auto, home, and life insurance.
See me, Shelter Agent Brent Rogo at 405 East C Street and find out why so many of our clients would recommend Shelter.
The Dogs play here on FM 98.1 and 1410 AM KOOQ AM North Platte. Enjoy great food from Merrick's Ranch House. There's 10% off online ordering, and Merrick's offers a 10% veteran and military discount. Dine in, order online at merricksnp.com, use DoorDash, or call 532-8200 for carryout.
We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop. With your 24-hour convenience store. Fast, friendly, no one gives you more. Gas, food, your favorite drink. Get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
The DNN Event Center wishes everyone a great sports season. With North Platte and Nebraska weather, things change quickly and can make our lives a little more difficult. Thank goodness for the DNN. The DNN offers hourly rentals for all types of sports practices, including turf, courts, batting cages, and equipment usage. Call the DNN Event Center to schedule your team's practice times and for more league information for all sports seasons. For over 30 years in our community, for your next event, the DNN Event Center.
Foot and ankle pain holding you back? Great Plains Foot and Ankle is here to help. Whether you're dealing with turf toe, sprains, fractures, Achilles tendon issues, sports injuries to your foot or ankle, or need custom orthotics, their expert team provides the personalized care you need to get back on your feet. Don't let discomfort slow you down. Take the first step towards relief today. Call 308-532-3600 or visit gpfootandankle.com. Great Plains Foot and Ankle, because every step matters.
Puro Clean of North Platte delivers fast water, mold, and fire damage restoration services to the North Platte area. Puro Clean knows how challenging those times can be to you and to your family. Their Nebraska-based experts have a winning, reliable combination of training and equipment partnerships. Local, fast service in the North Platte area. Their average on-site time is 60 minutes, and they'll coordinate with your local insurance provider. Give Puro Clean a call now at 1-800-775-7876 and schedule a visit from a member of the team at Puro Clean in North Platte.
It's the Quick Stop post-game wrap-up. Quick Stop never closes, with 24 locations open 24 hours a day.
Welcome back here to the Doghouse, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live streams. We just finishing up with our Senior Day activities. Just finished up with the boys. Is going to announce that we've got some signees, both Alonso and Brecken Torres going to Hastings College to play some football. And first off, good to see Zoe and Brecken Torres. You know, Zoe being such a great runner for the football team this season from the lead power back position.
Yeah.
I loved what I saw from him. And then Brecken Torres, even if the injuries affected his season, to see him get an opportunity to go play with his brother close to home, you just got to love it.
And you know what? I think Hastings College has a steal in both of those guys. Brecken didn't have the season, obviously, he would have liked, dealing with those nagging injuries.
But he's explosive.
Yeah.
He is an explosive kid.
And both of those kids are as tough as they come.
And then, of course, we know Carter Dishman going to South Dakota School of Mines in the
Hard Rockers.
The coolest name we've ever heard, the Hard Rockers. As there's Kamensky, Abby Kamensky and her, I believe, boyfriend, Eli Broman, taking a picture. But, you know, all these people sign, wherever they go, you know, we know they're going to do great things. And it's just going to, and it just breeds into next year wondering where everybody else is going to be going. Because you love to see what they decide to do in their extracurricular or what they want to do in their next portion of life.
You know, this was fall signings, and, you know, the other two seniors for the Dogs excel in the spring sports. You know, Eli's a fantastic soccer player, and you've seen Easton a lot as a pitcher and a third baseman.
We know he'll most certainly be choosing a baseball
He's going to play
school.
baseball somewhere. So, yeah, both of those guys, spring sports are their forte. Well, I mean, they're good basketball players,
and
too.
They're good football player. Eli Broman's a great football player who, just like Brecken Torres, had his season kind of unravel due to injuries. But it would have been so fun to see what they would have done on the football side. Eli Broman did, but again, those gnarly knee leg injuries, just him and Brecken Torres had it to start the year and really just couldn't couldn't find good continual momentum with it.
And how it just nagged one position.
It was the running backs.
The running backs.
The speed backs, most importantly.
So, yeah, we saw a lot of different ones there.
But, it's just today is all about a day of celebration. Yes, even though North Platte girls unfortunately fell in this game, 67-44. I think in the totality of things, it's more about the celebration of Abby Kamensky as well as Addison Euling, Easton Jones, alongside Carter Dishman, Alonzo Torres, and Eli Broman, because these players, while maybe not have played basketball their entire time, have done so much to the North Platte high school system and the North Platte community as a whole, whether it be them or their family, that, it's just a great day to sit and recognize them for what they've done and have their moment in the sun.
Yeah, and as a group, we've heard Coach Pack talk about how much he really likes this group of kids, all grades, and he just had so much fun with these kids. Hate to put words in his mouth, but I think he's like this group. The wins haven't come like they've hoped, but
from a basketball perspective, he sits there and is just like we can see how he wishes this team would, get more recognition and more success, because this is one of the hardest working teams we've seen come through. Not saying that every North Platte team isn't as hard as working as they are, but with how this team has come about, they knew it was going to be a tough season, and just they come in day after day and they keep working to get better. If you pitched these two teams, North Platte High School boys at the beginning of the season and North Platte High boys now, North Platte High's boys and now would just trounce that team.
Yeah. Yep. Again, you want to see improvement each week, and you're seeing that. And, again, I love the attitudes of the seniors. Some of them don't get as many minutes as they probably, would like, but they've got great attitudes about it.
And that's, I think, always a good thing. Of course, with North Platte, I can't really recruit people and go out and get people. But every person that I've talked to, whether it be from Coach Hammond to Coach Pack, even Coach Kamensky before he stepped down, the main circle point of culture for both the boys and the girls has been how great of people the team is and how great of students and athletes they are, and he'd always want them to come back and always would want to play with them no matter what. And I think that just tells you how not only great of a community it is, but also how great the school system is doing in terms of really crafting and molding these young students into great people.
Yeah, and you see that still the community. I love the Christmas break when you see the players that come back that have graduated in previous years.
Yes, and it's crazy, how many come back. Carter Kelly came back, River Johnston, Landon O'Brien, Daniel Shea also, from 2 years ago.
Yep.
He's back here. And, of course, Jake Kincaid's brother.
And Colton Tilford was here, I think we saw it.
And now it confirmed. Now it can finally say it, that Colton Tilford moving back to the state of Nebraska as he'll be playing for, I say unfortunately, but now suspended UNK program following their recruiting violations. But it's good to see him back. It was hoping to see him do some good things over with the Jackrabbits of Dakota, but it's such a deep position he was filling. So he now gets to come back home, be closer to home, and make an impact on a Lopers team that is also really, really good.
They are, they are. And he played in the national championship. Did they win it 2 years ago? I can't remember.
I don't think they did.
They did. Didn't. Okay. So he had some success at that level, and he's going to have a lot more playing for UNK. So. A little closer to home, maybe I can go see him in person. And
I would love to see. Of course, we're reliving the moment of our heydays of North Platte's monster upset of number 1 Omaha West Side, who up to that point was undefeated for, I think, 2 straight seasons. And Colton Tilford, with a man on a mission, independently himself, I think, carried that team to that victory with some huge plays. So, and that just shows you, North Platte always love to bring people back and see what they do in the future. So love to see what they can progress, the two seniors, Kamensky and Addison Euling. As joining us here now for North Platte High comes head coach of the girls basketball team, Tyson Hammond, joins us here today. Of course, First game back from the Western Conference tournament, even though the score didn't, I think, result in how well your team played. I think more importantly today was just a celebration of the two seniors on your team that have been here from the very beginning, Addison Euling and Abby Kamensky, who I thought, played some in their last home game here, some really good ball, even if, again, the score outline didn't come to the way that we were hoping.
Yeah, we're really proud of those two. They've been a part of our program, not just these 4 years, but through middle school and through elementary coming up. In my 7 years of being the girls coach, they've been a part of everything we've done, going all the way back to that puts them about 5th grade. So super proud of those two. Played incredibly hard. Gave us everything they've had throughout their time with us, and they're going to go on to do great things. They're great kids. They're smart kids. They're hard workers. They're going to be very successful in everything they do.
And that's the highlight that me and Mr. Smeltzer were talking about as we were here on our Quick Stop post-game show, is not only are they great basketball players, they're just great leaders and students and people in the community that, it's one of those times where and I think everybody a part of the team is as well, you hate to see them go away because they create such a positive impact on the program.
Right, and that's, we tell our younger kids all the time, like, this is what we want everybody to get to, everybody in our locker room after the game, I said our goal is to get you all to this point where you have a chance to have a senior night and be a part of the game and be a part of what happens. Everybody's path is different. There's ups, there's downs. There's good times, there's bad times, and you got to be willing to fight your way through the tough stuff to get to the good things in life. And that's really what high school sports are about, trying to learn how to fight through tough and adverse situations and come out on the other side and feel good about what you've done.
Yep, and of course, to unfortunately get back into our sports here with the game today, falling in this one 67-44. We talked about, if you exclude that second quarter, was actually a pretty close matchup between these two teams. It was just the unfortunate second quarter where Crete just decided to somehow become the masters of the three-point line, or I think they had in total 8 in that first half from just 2 people alone. But outside of that, a really competitive game for your first game back ever since the Western Conference tournament.
Yeah, they shot it really well, stats-wise, scouting report-wise, that's actually what we were going to live with today. I think they're shooting 18 or 19% from 3 on the year as a team. And, for us, with their size, we knew we had to rebound well. And unfortunately, today was their day to make shots. Like you said, they were able to build some energy out of that second quarter because they hit threes, and that's – we tried to use a couple timeouts to try to stop the momentum a little bit, but just kind of sucked the life out of us because we knew coming into it, what we've talked about all week was we got to play great defense and rebound. They don't shoot it well. Then they come out and shoot it real well. And, that's the hard part sometimes. And, that's, hats off to their kids. They shot the ball well tonight, and that was the difference.
But I think, after that moment, I think the lead might have only grown by about 2 points in totality if you calculated the second half statistics, which just goes to show that even, with how crazy of a day Crete was having, didn't matter. Your team was still going to fight tooth and nail to at least keep showing their progression throughout the season. And that zone defense that Crete put forward was a thorn in the side to begin with, but again, the team just kept chipping away, and as me and Mr. Smeltzer were talking about, you just eggs out maybe even half of those second quarter points. This was probably a very, very close matchup between your two teams.
Yeah, that's, third quarter, early in the fourth. We just couldn't ever, I think we got it down to 16 or 17 a couple times, and they'd hit another 3, and that's that's kind of the story of the game. I thought in the second half we did what we needed to do as far as offensively trying to cut ourselves back into it, and we'd have some good possessions. We'd get a turnover, we'd finish a shot. We'd have a good defensive possession. We'd get somebody shooting a shot that we probably wanted to, and they made it, and that's part of the game. It's makes and misses, and their makes were, were what we couldn't overcome today.
Now, of course, we move our head to next week where we have a 2-game spin up in the Panhandle. Going back there once again. It's almost like you just never left as you're taking on Scottsbluff and Gary. You've already saw Scottsbluff earlier this season, of course, at the Western Conference Tournament. That game, another circle, because I thought overall that game was, while in Scottsbluff's favor, yet again, still many things that you can take away to maybe put into effect next time to maybe come out on top.
Yeah, I thought we played really well last weekend with that Scottsbluff game. I think both teams played hard, played well. Third game in 3 days, but both teams played with great effort. And up till the end where we were down a couple points and we were trying to foul to give ourselves a few more possessions, that's when it kind of stretched out a little bit. But that was a close, hard-fought game all the way through, and we got to make sure that that's the type of game we get to this weekend, because we had a neutral floor, Saturday playing out at the college against them. So we'll be at their place. They'll have a little bit more juice in them and a little bit more giddy up. So we got to make sure we're ready to match that and ready to compete and fight like crazy.
Love to hear it. Now, Coach, before I let you go, it's crazy to think that after today's game, only 3 games left in the regular season. You have to kind of pinch yourself thinking that this season has really come and gone so quickly.
Yeah, this has been a really difficult season for a lot of reasons, but it's been a really good season too. We have great kids that have fought hard, and we've had a lot of difficult things to try to overcome between injuries and sickness and different things like that. And our group has just been able to continue fighting and keep competing, and we're really happy with what they've done. And then all of a sudden you wake up today and it's our last home game, and then we play Friday, Saturday, Tuesday, and then we're in postseason play. So this is really our last full week of regular season practice coming up. So it's crazy how fast it goes. And you'll know when you get to my age, the older you get, the faster it goes. But it just doesn't slow down.
Well, Coach, thank you once again, as always, for stopping on by. Can't wait to see you next week in Scottsbluff for those 2 games up in the Panhandle.
Yes, look forward to seeing you there.
As there's head coach Tyson Hammond joining us once again here on Senior Night. Dogs fall in this one 67-44. We'll step aside for a final time, and guess what? When we come back, Mr. Jeff Smelter, it is game time for the boys here at FM 98.1, AM 1410, and as always, live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
New year, new ride. Looking for a car buying experience that's a cut above the rest? Welcome to Zeller Motor Company, where you can experience the difference. With over 30 years of combined sales expertise, Nate and Justin will help you kick off the new year in style with the car of your dreams. And Amanda's 20-plus years of banking know-how makes financing smooth and stress-free. Why settle for ordinary when you can experience the difference? Start the year strong. Visit Zeller Motor Company today and drive away with confidence.
Hi, this is Dr. Chris Kroll. At Kroll Clinic, we specialize in all areas of rehab, from daily aches and pains to sports injuries, motor vehicle accidents, or post-surgical care. We're the area's premier facility for concussion recovery. Visit us at KrollClinic.com, that's KRULL Clinic.com, or come visit us at Westfield Shopping Center in North Platte. We are committed to getting you back in the game of life without those annoying facility fees.
The following is an Eagle Media Sports presentation. North Platte High Sports on NorthPlattePost.com, FM 98.1 and AM 1410 are brought to you by Another Round Sports Bar and Grill at River's Edge Golf Course. Premier Toyota. Let's go places. Kroll Clinic Physical Therapy and Athletic Enhancement. Smokin' Double D's at Butch's and Hershey. Zeller Motors. Bad Apple Repair. Fix your iPhone or iPad. Rooster Roll-Offs. The Gathering Spot. And the Justin Thompson Agency. American Family Insurance. Today's game also brought to you in part by the D&N Event Center. Mid-Plains Community College. Runza. Great Plains Foot and Ankle. Farm Bureau Financial. Great Plains Health Home Care Equipment. Larry's Glass. Dave's Place, Puro Clean, Bill Summers Ford Honda Lincoln Nissan, Great Plains Health, Great Plains Health Sports and Therapy, and Shelter Insurance, Pete Falls and Brent Rogo. Watch today's game live at NorthPlattePost.com. Brought to you by WB's Fun Center and Brigham's. Here's the voice of the Dogs, Paxton Gordon.
Welcome back here to the Doghouse, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course, video live stream on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. Jess Meltzer joins me. There's the conclusion of the girls' game. So let's jump into quickly before we move on to the boys. Our game stats brought to you in part by State Farm agent Bobby Campbell. We meet you where you're at and help you get to where you want to be. On the side of the victorious Crete Cardinals, 22 points for Camry Drager. She had 2 rebounds and was 4 for 5 from the free throw line. 15 points for Kylie McMillan. She hit 3 threes in that game as well. Jordan Adam had 4 threes, 12 points, 3 rebounds. 4 for Trinity McMillan. Sierra Christ with 7. Cassidy from Eggy with 5. And then 2 for Kinley Drager for the side of Crete. Jess Meltzer, take it away with the K-State, the North Platte High girl.
Only thing you could have said worse was Florida Gators.
Jake
heard me.
Don't heard that.
So anyway, 3 Lady Dogs in double figures led by Abby Kaminsky with 16 on 4 of 13 shooting. Next was Chloe Hanneborg, had 12 points in her return.
Good game.
On 4 of 6 shooting, very efficient. 3 for 4 from the free throw line as well. And rounding out the double figure scores with 11, Josie Douglas on 5 of 12 shooting, 1 for 2 from the line. Had 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and an assist.
Wow, so there's the conclusion for the last home game of the season for North Platte High girls. As we get on to North Platte High boys, they are now 2, and if I remember, 17 on the season with a big victory against Liberty Tree in the very last game of the Western Conference Tournament. Of course, Liberty Tree, a new Colorado school that's 4A, which is the equivalent, if I remember, to Class C1. If you want to make it a guess, C1, a high C1 school, low B for the Colorado departments.
They were outmanned, but I looked at their record, and I think they'd won 5 or 6 games.
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Also, baller jerseys. Liberty Tree's got some cool jerseys.
The fluorescent green and black, or fluorescent green and blue.
Fluorescent green and blue with the War Eagle.
Yeah.
But Dog's second victory, though, and it was a very, very good game for North Platte High School.
Convincing. Everybody got a lot of minutes. Kind of slowed down the pace a little bit there in the second half. I think the Dogs 50-11 or I can't remember what I had texted you. The Bulldogs had 50 in the first half.
Yeah.
50-11, I think is what it was, and looked good. Got the ball inside. They the press, which they haven't used a lot during the year, was very effective. Created a lot of turnovers and created a lot of assists too. They moved the ball well.
Perfect. Again, it was a 73-17 victory. Unfortunately, though, they won't be able to continue beating on a new team like that as they're facing off against Crete and the Cardinals, who's 14-5, and they are a team that you do not want to mess with. Their last game was against a strong Wahoo squad, and they lost 61-52. But boy, this Crete team, man, they got some insane height with them.
Yeah, I watched the replay of that Wahoo game this morning. Very close game till the end, and then a lot of fouls. Foul to try and get back in the game.
Yeah.
Wahoo made their free throws. Wahoo, one of the best teams in Class C1, defending state champions, if I remember correctly. Yep. This Crete team, they all can shoot the ball, and there's a lot of length. Boy, they're tall.
6'9", Oliver Oglesby. And then you have 6'6", Justice Gardner also there. And then 6'4", Kenson Spence. So, you're talking about a team that rivals Kearney levels of overall team height. And what has been – well, here's the thing. We can sit here and we can say what's been the problem for North Platte High, but last time they played against a team with that immense height was Kearney, and I thought overall it wasn't too bad of a game.
Wasn't too bad, yeah.
Even though Kearney shot the lights out, but that's just Kearney in general.
Seems like we talk about it every week, but rebounding and turnovers definitely have to block out against a big team like this. Got to do things correctly and cannot turn the ball over.
It's still crazy to think that I talked with head coach Tyson Hammond that we're 3 games away from district time. I mean, it's out of this world, and that means we got to start doing the maths on where things could be going. Now, it's unfortunately quite easy for North Platte High School boys on potentially where they could be going. It's either going to be Omaha Westview, who's the number 2 team, and I think if I remember what I said was Lincoln Northeast was the number 1 team.
Yeah, both real good. I haven't seen Westview play. I've seen Northeast a couple times.
They are really good.
Lazarick Houston is the real deal. Boy, he is a bucket.
So, unfortunately for North Platte boys, those are your 2 destinations right now, and unfortunately it's not close in terms of getting to the 3rd seed. And the bright news, though, they'll potentially be in a 5-team bracket, which means they'll have a play-in game, which gives them the opportunity to potentially play one more game before moving on to the next seed. Girls are ranked 24th now in the state of Nebraska, so their math is a little bit different in terms of where they're going. They potentially could be a 4 seed going into the tournament, which means there'll be a playing game as well, but it'll be hosted here at North Platte if that happens.
Well, very good, yeah. One of these days, things are all going to click at the same time.
It's so tough because we've sat here and we've watched, game after game, and we've seen this team put together some really good efforts, but it just doesn't all fully come together. It's either the turnovers are killing them, their inability to make shots. Sometimes the defense is really clicking and the offense is following suit, but somehow their opponent is just executing a little bit better.
The games where they get the turnovers under control, the other team shoots lights out.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, it's one thing leads to another thing, and you're sitting there going like, because there's been so many games that we can circle on the schedule that said should have been a victory, but the team shot like above 30%, above 40% from the 3-point line. Should have been a victory, but some questionable fouls down the stretch or some questionable turnovers that led to the loss. I think I've ran out of fingers for how many times the Dogs have lost by less than 10 points this season. And this is a season, again, a team that's only won 2 games this season. That could have been almost doubled and tripled with just a couple more things going their way.
Yeah, some of the killers, South Sioux City, that
both South Sioux City
very easily could have been a win.
Both Norfolk games.
Both Norfolk, Columbus.
Yep.
Sydney, the first time.
Yes. I think that Grand Island game should have been something they probably could have won. Let's see what else they got here. Oh, you have the Columbus game. The Ron Colley game. They were
Ron Colley.
Yep. The Ron Colley game.
That was turnovers. That really plagued the Dogs that time.
I think if I remember correctly, they were leading at halftime against Ron Colley. The Kearney Catholic game where they were, Boss Hammer was already on his 4th foul out of the first quarter. The first Sydney go around. And then, of course, you said the Mitchell game. Yeah. So there's been so many games that the Dogs could have won this season, and it just a lot of things, unfortunately, didn't go their way, whether it be self-inflicted or out of their control. And I think that just goes to show how this team is still so good at continuing to push and continuing to go on, because there would have been so many teams that, we hate to bring up teams like Omaha Benson or some of those football teams. They've closed their season mostly through the year. So, there could have, or Grand Island girls, they didn't have
a season.
They don't even have a season.
Burwell boys didn't have a season either.
And every day the Dogs keep coming out and they keep putting their foot forward to try and win games. And you got to say, not only is that really admirable, but you got to give props to them, because in a season like this where they've only gotten 2 wins, your first thought would be, okay, when can we throw the towel in? But they haven't done that. They always keep coming out, taking hit after hit, and keep moving forward.
Yep. Mitchell the other night, it seemed like they hung their head for a little bit. Mitchell jumped out to that 12-point lead based on some really lucky shots.
Yep.
But then once they switched things up and went to a press, they had a little energy, had a little life, got back in it, and just couldn't quite get it done.
There's just so many things that, you hate to say, I don't think the word is regret for this season, but there's just so many things you just wish, went their way, because this team, I just feel, it's just so, every team is special. This team is just ultra special with how dedicated and hardworking they are. As we'll now get into, I believe, our pregame festivities here on FM 98.1 AM 1410. Of course, video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. NorthPlatte.com. As seems to be, we'll be going a little small today, Mr. Jeff Smeltzer for North Platte High.
I don't think there's anything we could do but be small against
You bring up a very valuable point here. So let's jump into our Double Dips Ice Creamery starting lineup. Double Dips Ice Creamery in the historic Canteen District in North Platte offers 24 plus different flavors of hand-dipped ice cream served in a variety of ways. Double Dips also offers homemade waffle cones and bowls alongside homemade fudge and freshly baked desserts. On the side of Crete and the Cardinals, Carson Cottle, the 5'11 senior, gets the start alongside Carter Resney, the 5'10 junior. Colton Fay also gets the start with Kenton Spence, the 6'4 senior, and then Justice Gardner, the 6'6 senior. And that's not even deploying their tallest member, which is Oliver Oglesby, who sits at a towering 6'9".
Yep. For the Dogs, they'll go with 6'2 sophomore Logan Hayes, 6'2 junior Sam Euling, 6'5 senior Easton Jones, 6' senior Eli Broman, and 6'3 sophomore Jake Kincaid.
Now, of course, we talk about what's the best lineup to go with, and, you know, we sit there and I stare at Justice Gardner, the 6'6 senior. Could this have been the game that we started Carter Dishman? Now, I know Gardner looks pretty athletic, but he is a big body, and that's a lot of stress you're putting on Easton Jones to guard him.
Yeah, you'll probably see him come in when they bring in Oglesby, because from what I watch, when Oglesby comes in, they go to a 2-3 zone.
Okay.
In fact, against Wahoo, they played 2-3 zone majority of the time. They did go man a little bit. There were three-point attempts available. Three-point shots were available. But you don't get many rebounds against them.
No.
They can rebound the ball. They all will take three-point shots. They're all pretty decent shooters.
Now, the scary thing is, and this jumps into my Owls Lock and Save keys to the game, I had circled get rebounds, and you're not building me confidence with the Dogs picking up the rebounding victory. But that doesn't mean they can't do it, because, you know, Coach Pack, Coach Hammond, any coach you ask when they talk about getting rebounds, it's more of a will and an effort to go get it than it's going to magically come to you. So it's on the Dogs to be the
body on a
prerogative.
body, and
It's on the Dogs' prerogative to be that aggressive team, to go into the paint, collect that rebound. And to be honest, since they're so small, it actually is a little easier to get over the back calls in favor of North Platte High School if you box out correctly.
Yep, you sure can, and we'll see what happens. Let's hope everything clicks tonight, and let's have a good ball game.
Yes, sir. And then offensively, I have written down for North Platte High School, you say it's a very zone-heavy Crete team. Keep moving that basketball around. And we saw when North Platte High girls was able to move the basketball around, they were very, very good. And with the lineup that I see right now from North Platte, this is probably their best passing lineup that they deploy all season, as poor Logan Hayes has to take the jump here today against Justice Gardner, the 6'6 senior. Of course, Logan Hayes, the sophomore, will have it tipped in favor of Crete and the Cardinals. 14-4 for Crete compared to North Platte, who's 2-17, as into the lane goes Cottle. Pass it to Gardner. Gardner drives on Easton Jones. In some trouble. Passes it out. How about Renzi for three? That's no good, and there's a rebound for Easton Jones, and there it is. Crete off the bat, already shooting threes as Easton Jones gets the rebound, goes into the lane. Oh, he's short on the layup, and that's going to be rebounded the way of Spence.
Good aggressive move by Easton that time. Another three.
No good. Fought for, out of bounds last. Ooh, going to be a foul against North Platte. I believe Easton Jones came barreling in. Actually, that's going to go against Logan Hayes. As Kenton Spence got the rebound on the other end, and first foul for Logan Hayes, being aggressive, trying to get the inbound. They get it into Spence. Spence fires it quickly to Renzi. Renzi, into the paint he goes, fires from the free throw line, in and out. Strong rebound by Jake Kincaid, and here comes North Platte the other way on the far side. So far, Crete 0 for 2 from the shooting floor. Jones to Logan Hayes on the perimeter. Hayes with this zone defense by Crete and the Cardinals. Hands it off to Easton Jones. Jones at the logo now with it. 19 on the shot clock to Euling. Now to Eli Broman in the corner. Quick cross over to Hayes. He jab steps from the free throw line. Logan Hayes way short. And that's going to be rebounded by Carson Cottle.
But that shot will be there. That was a good look.
I'd rather take that look when it's wide open than a heavily contested one. Spence guarded by Kincaid around the perimeter. Cuts it inside to Gardner. Gardner hands it back off to Spence. He's on and steps out of bounds. Great defense by Easton Jones as he forces Kenson Spence out of bounds. And guess what, Jeff Smeltzer? 3 straight possessions for one Crete and the Cardinals that have resulted in an 0-for-2 start and no points.
And we have 2 rebounds. So,
I am the magical wizard.
Yeah. All right. Well, looks like now they're going man-to-man.
So they've switched back to that man defense as Easton Jones picks his dribble up. Oh, that's a bad pass stolen away by Kodal. And now up the court, here comes Gardner. Gardner into the lane. From the free throw line, no good, but they're going to call a foul on Easton Jones as he bodies into Justice Gardner. And there's the first foul for Jones. Lucky that it was on the floor because that shot went in from Gardner. But here comes the inbounds from Renzi. Renzi with it, looking, throwing it up now to Spence, guarded by Kincaid.
He's left-handed.
Spence.
He's going to spin back.
There he goes. Spin! There it is, as you called it. Jeff Smeltzer. As up now, Kenson Spence gets his first 2 points. It's 2-0 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Who's that guy? Oh, yes, the Lexington guy that was left-handed. As that's 3 from Eli Broman, fires in, and there's the first 3 points for Broman, and exactly what he needed. He's had a really dry spell from beyond the arc in the past 6 games. As the floater from Carter Renzi goes in. He's got 2 points, and it's 4-3 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. But to go back to Eli Broman, really likes to see that shot go in because he has been struggling for a big 7-game stretch.
Good to see one early. He's a streaky shooter, so nice.
Beautiful pass down low to Logan Hayes, but he was too far up underneath the basket as he hit the bottom of the hoop, and it's no good. Gardner drives in Easton Jones. Oh, Kincaid runs into one. Justice Gardner trying to go for the steal a little too early, and that's the 3rd foul for the Dogs. First for Kincaid, and now Carter Resney going to be inbounding the basketball for Crete and the Cardinals, but really love this first opening 3-minute stretch for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they're being aggressive and taking the fight to them.
4-3 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard, 5:28 left to go. Resney gets the ball into Fay. Out of Gardner, top of the 3-point line. Into the corner, and that's a moving screen against Kenson Spence. First for Spence today. And a turnover for the Cardinals. 4-3 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard with 5:23 left to go in the ball game as Easton Jones up the court now with it. Dribbles to the near side, tries to get it into Kincaid, and it's stolen away by Kodal. Up now comes Fay. Fay, guarded by Jones, spins out, back to Gardner at the right elbow. He jumps into the lane, swatted away by Easton Jones, but still retained by the Cardinals as Fay gets it to Spence in the left corner. He dribbles around the perimeter. Now, driving in goes Carter Resney, and he gets the bucket. Carter Resney now, he's got 4 points, and it's 6-3 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. As Sam Ewing in the corner now swings it out to Kincaid. He drives in on Spence, picks his dribble up, pivoting to a cutting Logan Hayes as Hayes in the paint, going up for the shot. It's in with the foul.
Oh, good strong move that time by Logan Hayes. Nice find by Kincaid.
Carson Kodal will pick up his first foul and the second team foul, and that's the dimension that really, ever since Logan Hayes has come into the starting lineup, I've been loving to see more and more. A lot of backdoor cuts from Logan Hayes, and he'll make the free throw, so we're tied now. But I love that dimension he has brought to this team. It's really been a positive influence for the Dogs.
He's a super athlete, too. He's a 20-foot long jumper if you decided track was his thing, but he's a baseball player.
And he's a really great, whenever given the opportunity, outfielder as that's tipped out of bounds by Eli Broman. And ever since being inserted into the starting lineup has been a real good injection of energy for North Platte High as Gardner gets the ball into Spence in the right corner. He drives on Kincaid but steps back. Great defense from Jake Kincaid. As now Crete will reset the offense around Justice Gardner on the right wing. He passes it now to Fay. Colton Fay to Kodal. Kodal now to Resney. He'll fire off a one dribble three. No good. And that's rebounded there by Kenson Spence. Spence gets his second rebound. Another 3 for Resney, and he hits it. There's that 3 points we were talking about as Carter Resney now has 7 points in his first 3 today. That pass is intercepted by Gardner. Passes it to Resney. Oh, and that's going to be out of bounds as that's stripped away. 9-6 in our Wicked Fast scoreboard. And here comes Carter Dishman. Now the question is, who will he most certainly be guarding? I wonder if they'll switch it up and put him on Justice Gardner, if they'll put him on Spence.
They're staying man. I thought maybe they'd switch zone with him in.
Resney to Gardner. Gardner now kicks out to Spence. Spence fires for three. No good. Rebounded by Easton Jones. As now Easton Jones pushes to Kincaid. Kincaid up the court to the big dish. Dish up for the shot. Oh! What a play by Carter Dishman and a great feed by Jake Kincaid. It is 9-8 on our wicked fast scoreboard with a quick timeout called by Tony Siski and the Crete coaching staff. What a start in this first quarter for North Platte High School as Jared Smeltzer checks in.
Yeah. Boy, couldn't be more thrilled. Playing really well. Turnovers, 3 of them, but it's not killing the Dogs right now.
No.
Good passing, good looks inside. Every shot has been in the paint. We're
with his quick math?
Nope, except for Broman's three. I apologize. He lied. 1 for 4, 2 for 5 in the paint, and 1 for 1 from the three-point line. And Logan Hayes has a free throw.
Timeouts brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Its location, 621 South Dewey. Suite B is Justice Gardner. I'll be inbounding it. Easton Jones is off at the moment with Jared Smeltzer checking in. This will be an interesting matchup now as who's going to be guarding?
A little full court pressure.
Justice Gardner. Resney on the far side. Passes to Faye. Faye down low to Spence, and that bounces off of Carter Dishman.
Yep.
And poor Carter Dishman's got the toughest task of guarding Kenson Spence, who is...
Well, it's going to get tougher here.
Yes, here comes, he talked about it himself, Oliver Oglesby. It kind of helps a little bit because Oglesby is very tall, so he doesn't move as fast, but it is going to get much tougher. 6'9" Oliver Oglesby checks in, I believe, as that instant inbounds in to Carter Resney. He's got 9 points now, and the lead just ever grows for Crete, 11-8. Now wicked fast scoreboard as here comes Jake Kincaid with it to Dishman here in the right corner. Dishman back to Logan Hayes. Hayes gets a screen and switched on to, and that's out of bounds. Last touch by Oglesby is now checking in comes Everett Heath for Crete.
If they go, man, I'd like to see a lot of high ball screens with Dishman trying to drag Oglesby out of the paint.
Torrance Siski also has checked in for the Cardinals. They lead 11-8 on a wicked fast scoreboard. Broman on the right wing with it. Now, jab steps. Oh, and they're going to call it travel on Eli Broman. It looks like he slid as he went for that jab. And
it's a point of emphasis with this crew. I've seen them before. They call a lot of travels.
Okay.
Especially that official right there. So, Dogs, keep your pivot foot. They like to call travels.
And you know what's been one of the leading causes of turnovers this season? Has been those travels, as Justice Gardner on the far side with it, guarded by small Jared Smeltzer. What a great pass to Torrance Siski, and Siski nails the three. That is another three for Crete as that goes out of bounds. Last touched by Carter Resney. It's now 14-9.
Yep. That was a dad moment there.
And this is kind of the, let's say the problem, but this is the little issue sometimes that I always get into when when Easton Jones subs out of the ball game. They don't really have that calming force on offense to really facilitate things, as at the right elbow, Dishman has it. Hands it off to Kincaid. Kincaid now hands it off to Broman from the free throw line. Broman swatted away by Justice Gardner, and there's that big height. Gardner now going to take it up himself. Guarded by the much smaller Jared Smeltzer. Three on the way from Heath, and that one rims in. That's now 3 threes hit in this latter half of the first quarter for the side of Crete and the Cardinals. They talked about they were a big three-point shooting team. Yep. Dishman spinning. Oh, he actually hopped up, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's another travel. So
there's that travel. He had the good first step, but accidentally jumped into the air spinning, and with that, a travel and a turnover for North Platte High.
Definitely was a travel, but they're not going to miss any of those.
As Easton Jones now checks in, 17-8 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Crete again, 3 threes in this first quarter, all coming in the last 2 minutes. Into the lane, Justice Gardner goes, and he gets the bucket to fall. Gosh, it is so tough to stop him as he is barreling down the lane.
Yeah, he's the real deal.
And that's now the second foul for Logan Hayes, as Easton Jones will be checking in for Logan Hayes. Gardner gets his first 2 points. It's now 19-8 on our wicked fast scoreboard.
You see the baseball players are in the house.
As there's the free throw from Justice Gardner. Of course, that consists of head coach Ricky Holm and Of course, Caden Johnson, who not on the team this season, decided to take a break to focus on baseball, as that's going to go out of bounds. Last touched, I believe, by Oglesby, as it was a fight between Easton Jones and Oliver Oglesby, and it will be off of Oglesby. Of course, Joni focusing on baseball this season, and he's a fantastic center fielder.
Yeah. Boy, he's got wheels.
Throw out to Kincaid. He cuts it into Broman. Broman throwing it out to Easton Jones. Jones with the jab step. Hops into the lane. Floats one up and over. Justice Gardner no good, as Gardner is able to collect the miss before Jarrett Smeltzer on the other end steals it. And here he comes. Smeltzer gets the much taller Gardner. Gets it to Dishman. Dishman hops to a cutting
good
Easton
look.
Jones. Oh! How about one? Carter Dishman with a beautiful feed to Easton Jones on the baseline. 20-10, as a three in the corner is short, tipped into the air, somehow picked up by Siski before it's stolen away by Kincaid and Broman. Big man turning into a point forward.
Yeah.
With that feed. Broman crosses over. Now on the perimeter. Pumps to Smeltzer. Smeltzer gets a screen, hesitates, and hands it off to Easton Jones. A little bit of a mismatch between Jared Smeltzer and
post him up.
Gardner, is now Kincaid getting it to Dishman. Oh, that's out of Dishman's reach, but
that's okay.
Picked up by Eli Broman. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Wow, he pulls up a deep three.
Oh!
What a three by Eli Broman. That's his second three today. I thought he was in no man's land. He pulls the trigger, and he gets the bucket. 20-13 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Crete leading the Dogs with 25 seconds left to go, and about a 0.5-second shot clock, game clock difference. Now with it, Carter Resny. Resny really just holding the basketball with 15 seconds left to go. Resny hands it off to Siski. Skiski to Resny. Firing for three. Oh, that's a foul. Oh. As Eli Broman fouls Carter Resny as the time was winding down, and to make matters worse, he hit the bucket. This is a 4-point play on for Carter Resny, as Eli Broman checks out, as well as Justice Gardner, as well as Everett Heath, as Alonzo Torres checks in. But oh my good heavens, what a horrible way for North Platte to potentially end this first quarter, as he will miss that free throw at least, as here comes Jake Kincaid. Throwing it up to Smeltzer. Smeltzer for three. Oh, it takes a bounce. Oh, and he was fouled on the other end. So how about we get some retribution here, potentially? Mr. Smeltzer,
all right,
take me through how well your son is as a free throw shooter.
We're not going to go there.
Okay, so I guess it's not as good. All righty then. 0.4 seconds left. It's a 10-point lead for Crete and the Cardinals. Well, as he misses the first one, it's 23-13 on our wicked fast scoreboard with 0.4 seconds left to go before second quarter. That looks better. There's one. As he's 1 for 2 so far. If he can at least get a second.
He hasn't shot a free throw in several weeks.
Oh, really? Well, I'll be dang.
Yeah, it hasn't gone to the line.
There's the next one from Smeltzer. That looks good, too. No good off the back iron. Rebounded by Crete. And that is how this first quarter will come to an end. 23-14. Yes, those threes were aplenty for Crete and the Cardinals. When we come back, second quarter action here, FM 98.1 AM 1410, live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
Dogs play here on FM 98.1 and 1410 AM KWOQ AM North Platte. Enjoy great food from Merrick's Ranch House. There's 10% off online ordering, and Merrick's offers a 10% veteran and military discount. Dine in, order online at merricksnp.com, use DoorDash, or call 532-8200 for carryout.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers a full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
North Platte Post Sports.
We're back here to the Doghouse, FM 98.1, AM 1410. It's second quarter action here. Our timeout's brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Its location, 621 South Dewey, Sweet Beat. Those are other sponsors for today's game. Smoking Double D's at Butch's in Hershey, locally owned and operated, where they smoke their own meats low and slow to bring you award-winning barbecue. As well as Hands of Heartland. Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998. Well, Jeff Smeltzer, it's second quarter action. Dogs trailing 23-14, 9-point lead for Crete. You were talking about those three-pointers, and boy, they paid a plenty for the Cardinals.
They shoot a lot, but they're making them today, so that's
how it rolls. The Smeltzer into the lane. Oh, he tries to kick to Euling. Somehow gets it to Sam Euling. As now, here comes Easton Jones to Torres. Torres pivoting around to Sam Euling. Euling hands it off to Kincaid. Back to that zone defense for Crete, and Kincaid turns it over. Throw all the way up to Resny. Resny gets the bucket to fall as Carter Resny now has 11 points in today's contest as Smeltzer with the basketball. Lost it for a second, and he steps out of bounds as there was Carter Resny to stop him. And now Eli Broman checking in, and there goes Jared Smeltzer. Yeah. So on the court right now for the Dogs, Broman, as well as Torres, Easton Jones, Sam Euling, and Jake Kincaid. Justice Gardner has checked in for Crete, as well as Corbin Coe. Gardner with it. Now to Resny. Over to Kodal. Kodal with it. Passes it and driving in now. Colton Fay. Fay down low to Resny on the baseline. Resny in some trouble to Fay. Great defense from the Dogs to recover. And with 14 on the shot clock, they find Justice Gardner on the right wing. He drives from the free throw line, tries to pass it down low, and that's out of bounds. Last touched by Corbin Coe. And Jeff Smeltzer, good defensive possession for North Platte High School there.
Good defense that time. Three seniors out there for the Dogs right now.
25-14 here on senior night in favor of Crete and the Cardinals. Jones with it, guarded by Gardner. Now kicks to the corner. Sam Euling back to Broman on the right wing. Broman to Kincaid. Oh, he might have shot the three. He will shoot the three. Oh, it takes a bad bounce off the front iron. Rebounded by Colton Fay. Fay with some speed now on the near sideline with it. Passes it back to Resny. Resny into the lane. Steps back for three. Oh, my mama. Oh, boy. As there is Carter Resny. He's got 14 points. Step back three. Leads the way for Crete. 28-14 as he almost steals that away. Ball in the open court picked up by Sam Euling. Kick into the corner, in and out of the hands of Jake Kincaid. And it's a turnover for North Platte High School and a timeout called.
8th turnover for the Bulldogs.
Yep, timeout called by head coach Jimmy Pack. We talked about how the turnovers needed to be cut down if the Dogs wanted to be put into this ball game. Well, as you said, Mr. Smeltzer, that's 8 already here in the first half.
Yeah, 8 turnovers, 4 rebounds, but 2 of them came within the first minute or two. So, but Crete isn't missing very many shots, so I guess you don't get a whole lot of rebounds
when they ain't missing. You ain't really getting an opportunity to. But again, it just boils down to those 8 turnovers have been costly because that's now 8 opportunities the Dogs haven't got offensively that Crete has gotten a look in. They are executing Crete and this Cardinals team as they lead by 14, 28-14.
Yeah, they're a good team.
No doubt. 14
record?
14 and 4 on the season. So
and they lost, to
Wahoo.
To Wahoo, defending C1 champions. And
nothing to be
their other
ashamed
losses were against some pretty good teams too, if I remember correctly.
So Dogs here need to rein it in, is how I would say it in terms of their overall pressure. I like what they're doing offensively. It's just they got to just cut back on the turnovers, which is easier said than done.
Yeah.
Fake here on the left wing. Passes to Kodal. Into the paint, no good, as Justice Gardner thought he was fouled. As now here comes Easton Jones with it. Jones spinning out, and now with a mismatch. He spins on Kodal. He tries to penetrate into the lane. Hands it off to Torres. Lonzo Torres back to Eli Broman as Caleb Odell looks to check in with Logan Hayes. Kincaid to Jones on the left wing. He drives on Gardner for a second. Now with 15 on the shot clock, hands it off to Broman. Switched on to by Gardner. Broman with it, hesitates. He now explodes over to Kincaid from the free throw line. Oh, it takes a couple of ounces and is in. Good offensive possession for North Platte results in a Jake Kincaid free throw bucket as there's a foul against Carter Resny. I think that goes against Kincaid, and that's now 2 free throws for Resney, who's, again, having a night.
Second
14
foul on
points.
Jake.
Yikes, Carter Resney now at the free throw line. 14 points for Resney today. As checking in comes Torrin Siski and Kenson Spence. As Resney will miss the first, though.
And Johnny
Rinke checks in, so we're seeing a big rotation now of some youth as Hayes, Odell, and Rinke check in. All I hope is poor Caleb Odell is not put up against poor Kenson Spence. As here comes a free throw again from Resney. It's in this time, so Carter Resney now has 15 points for Crete. 29-16 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Easton Jones now fires to Odell. Oh, he had a shot for a second, but dropped the basketball. Now fires it back to Easton Jones, the logo. Jones now hands it off to Hayes. Hayes guarded by Gardner. He crosses over into the lane. Now to Rinke. Rinke to Broman. Broman, travels as he, in mid-step, pump faked.
Yeah.
Travel with the basketball, and it's a turnover. But how many times do you see somebody that is 6'6", playing the top of your zone defense? Rarely.
When you have an athlete like that, definitely do that because it's disruptive up there.
And it's been disruptive for the Dogs today as Spence now with it. Spence around the perimeter, into the lane, hands it off to Resney. Resney found an opening. Resney, man, strong layup for Carter Resney. Dogs have no answer to Resney so far today as Odell in transition. How about Caleb Odell against Kenson Spence is on the other end. He comes back and slots it away.
I thought Caleb knocked it off. That'll be a Crete ball underneath.
Good effort, though, in the transition by little Caleb Odell to get the layup in front of much taller Kenson Spence. As Justice Gardner, gosh darn it, got the inbounds, went straight up with it, and that's another foul for Easton Jones, I believe his second.
Yep. So Kincaid, Jones, and Hayes each have 2.
Checking in now comes Oliver Oglesby as, here comes the death lineup that I would call just based off of height.
6'9", 6'6", 6'4" across the front line.
Yep. A lot of them can play on the perimeter, too. Here comes Justice Gardner to the free throw line. He's got 5 points so far, 33-18. He'll make that free throw, so he's got 6 points. 34-18 as up comes Easton Jones for North Platte High. Jones on the far side of the court now with it.
2-3 zone.
Pitch to Odell. Odell picks his dribble up. Slings that to Easton Jones. Jones is able to recover the ball at least. And now picks his own dribble up. Looking for some help. In the corner to Broman. Back to Jones. Jones, jab steps, hops into the lane. Tries to gun it into Rinke, but a great help defense from Kenson Spence. And that's a turnover for North Platte. Codal into the lane. Spinning. Spence fires for 3. Off the backboard and in for Kenson Spence.
Bulldogs, I think, have been victims of more banked-in threes than
any other team.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy as Broman swing passes to Odell. Jabbing and passing now to Easton Jones. Checking in Everett Heath, and that's another turnover as here comes Gardner the other way. Gardner kicks to Fay. Fay, great pass to Oglesby. Oglesby goes up and under over Easton Jones.
Not much Jones could do there with 2 fouls. He stood his ground and just went straight up, and Oglesby went around him.
Another bucket off turnover, though, Jeff Smeltzer is. How about Odell for 3? Nothing but net for Caleb Odell. The quick trigger hits again. He's got 5 points already in this first half as Gardner, top of the three-point line with it. He'll fire for 3. As I take a glance at Jeff Smeltzer, another 3 by Crete. That's 9 points for Gardner. He had a hand in his face as well, and he nails it 42-21 as here comes Jake Kincaid checking back in for North Platte. Odell around the perimeter, now with it. Trying to find something. Easton Jones down to Rinke in the paint. Jonathan Rinke kicks it to Logan Hayes. He'll pull the trigger for 3. Short, gets his miss. Now up for the shot and the bucket and the foul. Logan Hayes gets the miss, goes back up with it, gets the bucket and the foul. That foul will go against Justice Gardner as Heath checks in, as well as Jake Kincaid for North Platte. First team foul for Crete, 42-23 on our wicked fast scoreboard with Logan Hayes up to shoot. I think he's got 5 points so far.
5 points. Make
I think
it
that's
6.
6 points as he converts the and one 42-24. Gardner now up the court with it with 2:28 left to go. Our wicked fast scoreboard. The pass now back to Gardner, top of the three-point line. Gardner drives on Kincaid. Gardner up for the shot. Oh, my gosh. That probably goes against Jake Kincaid, and that's now the third for Kincaid. So tough for anybody who's tasked with stopping Justice Gardner, because not only does he have the size, he also has that strength. As there goes Kincaid. He checked back in and unfortunately has to check right back out. But how about somebody who handles that well? How about Alonzo Torres, who checks in and, oh my good heavens, 6'9" Oliver Oglesby towering over everybody, gets an easy bucket. As a pass down low to Torres in the baseline on a double team. Needing help. Torres lost the basketball. Torrance Siski now up the court with it. Siski passes to Oglesby. They kick now to Heath for three in the corner. Oh, and another one.
Another three.
Everett Heath hit one three earlier in the game. He hits another. 45-24 the lead now for Crete. Excuse me, 47-24. As that shot no good. Rebounded by Alonzo Torres, then stripped away. He throws it to Eli Broman. The kick now to Logan Hayes, guarded by Spence. As directing traffic in the pass to Odell. Broman with it. 47-24 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Back to Caleb Odell. Pulls a quick three. He's fouled on the shot. That goes against Everett Heath, and with that, Odell goes to the free throw line for the first time today.
And he's going to shoot three?
He's going to shoot three. That's the third time today we've had somebody fouled at the three-point line, which is a rarity. As he'll make the first one. Big bucket for young Caleb Odell, and checking in Corbin Coe.
Yeah, I just heard a color commentator on a college game the other night said, why do you even block threes? Nobody ever blocks them.
That's another shot for Odell. I'm okay if you have extreme long length. But the thing is, you can't land at their feet.
Yeah.
And that seems to be the problem today.
Jump past their side and just distract them. Yep.
And as checking in now for Renke is Easton Jones. 47-26. He adjusted the score again. He'll make all three, so how about Caleb Odell?
So 8 points.
There's that. We've always talked about Odell being that spark off the bench because he can just be so deadly with the threes. As Gardner, guarded by Broman, to Oglesby. Oglesby down low to Coe. Coe now shot a shot into the air like he was fouled, and no good. Rebounded by Easton Jones. Now to Logan Hayes in the corner. Hayes back to Jones. 1:03 left to go in this first half. Jones with it, spinning into the lane. Now kicks to Broman. Now kicks to Hayes. Hayes back to Jones.
Reverse it.
20 seconds on the shot clock. Back
Reverse
to Easton Jones. Jones picks his dribble up to Odell. Odell to Broman. 10 on the shot clock now for North Platte. They kick it in to Alonzo Torres. To Logan Hayes with 6 seconds. To Broman with 5. That's a deep three. Oh, my good heavens. And it rims in and out. I was about to have my jaw drop on that shot from Eli Broman. No good as it's rebounded by Justice Gardner, who's going to eat as much clock as he can to get the last shot. 47-27 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Gardner at the logo, guarded by Broman. Spinning. Gardner picks his dribble up, fires to Siski. Siski now to Gardner. Gardner back to Siski. He jumps and fires for three, and that's a travel for Torrance Siski. With 7.8 seconds left, North Platte with an opportunity to potentially find a shot for Caleb Odell to hit a three, because that's most certainly, I think, that or Eli Broman.
Yeah, that's it. There you go. Scoot up a little bit. Caleb is tough on the baseline because you got a 6'6" and 6'4" baseline.
Guard,
yeah.
Jones crosses it to Broman. Why not let it fly? As time's expiring, no good. And that is how we'll go into halftime. A 20-point lead for Crete and the Cardinals, 47-27. And I feel like we're like in deja vu land once again, Jeff Smeltzer. We talk about how the threes are a really good three-point shooting team that continues their good shooting effort here against North Platte.
Oh, yeah, broken record. It happens all the time.
I'm telling you, there's a curse on this building.
For these guys, when I watched them play Wahoo, they shot a lot of threes. They didn't make them with the accuracy they have today, but I knew that was in their game plan, that they take a lot of threes. And yeah, it's tough because you have to respect the height on the inside, so
Yeah, and that's the problem because, to be honest, right now they're not really being beat on the inside by anybody in particular. The only problem is they are giving up 17 points to Carter Resney. I mean, there's your first problem, Jeff Smeltzer, is 17 points to Resney. And a lot of those are coming inside the paint. Yes, he's hit some big threes, but a lot of them have been in the interior.
Drives, yep. He's got a pretty quick first step. Tends to go to his right, but he's a good ball player.
He is, and he's been the leading scorer in every category for either side today. So with that, we'll step aside and we'll take a break. Guess what? When we come back, Quick Stop halftime show here. 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner.
Save money at the pump at Quick Stop with the DinoPay app. DinoPay offers contactless payment using your preferred debit or credit card. The savings add up with 12 cents per gallon and even more on Tuesdays and Thursdays with rollbacks for savings of 15 cents per gallon. Huge savings with Sinclair DinoPay, saving you at the pump. Don't forget Frazzle Gourmet Slushes and For Real Shakes and Smoothies. Gourmet coffee at everyday low prices on your favorite beers.
Even if it's been years since you graduated, your college team is your team for life. Well, you can have a Farm Bureau agent for life, and auto, and home, and business insurance. Imagine that. One insurance agent for everything. It's that simple. So get a Farm Bureau agent for life.
Visit Jay Engel in North Platte at www.fbfs.com.
Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company.
Winter is here, but another round at River's Edge is still open. Don't forget about the new winter hours that are Wednesday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. And if you're craving something special, join them for their prime rib dinner every Friday and Saturday nights from 5 to 9. It's the perfect way to warm up this winter. So gather your friends, come enjoy the cozy atmosphere, and let them serve you at another round at River's Edge.
Buying a car is not always the most pleasant experience, but it doesn't have to be that way. A quarter of a century. That's how long Premier Toyota has been in the North Platte community, delivering a car buying experience that's friendly, easy, and fun. Check PremierAutoplex.com first, then stop by 2600 South Willow Street in North Platte. See Premier Toyota for your next new Toyota or pre-owned vehicle. Premier Toyota at PremierAutoplex.com, just south of I-80, North Platte.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers a full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
The Dogs play here on FM 98.1 and 1410 AM KWOQ AM North Platte. Enjoy great food from Merrick's Ranch House. There's 10% off online ordering, and Merrick's offers a 10% veteran and military discount. Dine in, order online at merricksnp.com, use DoorDash, or call 532-8200 for carryout.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Doghouse, FM 98.1, AM 1410, as... Whew! It's been the first half, Jeff Smeltzer, as it's 47-27 on our wicked fast scoreboard. It's just like, the clock strikes midnight, it feels like every single time for the boys team as they trail by 20, 47-27. And the name of the game, once again, the threes from Crete have been hitting in pretty good clip against North Platte High School. I thought overall defensively, the turnovers were what's killed them. I don't think the defense has been too much of a problem outside of Carter Resney, who has put up 17 total points, and the Dogs once again being in foul trouble in key areas.
You got to respect the bigs, and that's leaving the three-pointers open, and they're taking advantage of it. The foul trouble. Kincaid with 3.
Yep.
Jake has 3. Logan Hayes with 2, and Easton Jones also with 2.
And that's the problem, because when you face big teams the thing to get them out of the block is you got to be physical with them. You got to match their physicality. Well, when the two most important bigs on your team that are as athletic as what Crete has to offer have foul trouble, well, then you got your hands tied behind their back, and then that's where the problems permit, because then that allows Justice Gardner just to drive in all he wants. Same thing with Carter Resney, where most of his points, he has 17, have come from the interior, and the Dogs, unfortunately, really can't do much because the help side defense is Easton Jones as well as Jake Kincaid, who are your leading foulers.
And when your bigs are in foul trouble, you have trouble defending them man-to-man, so you're asking for help from somebody on the outside, which
that leaves a three-point open.
Yeah.
And the problem is Crete has been converting on their threes today, which is just it just feels like the story of this season for anybody that's playing North Platte. No matter if they're a good three-point shooting team or a bad three-point shooting team, they always just seem to have one of their better three-point games through our perimeter games against North Platte. And again, it's not like I'm sitting here saying that North Platte's leaving, Red Sea levels of, parting of the ocean for them to be open. They just you're forcing your team that is playing zone, and you're forcing them to, of course, double and then have to rely on help defense. Well, a good team like Crete will easily break that down by finding that extra pass, and they do that, and then because of that, there's an open three.
Right. When they went state last year, so they're a good team.
Yeah.
In fact, I think they won a game.
If I remember correctly, they did win their opening
won the
matchup.
Opening round, yeah. So they're a good ball club, well coached. They know what they're doing. Dogs a little outmanned right now, but I love the fight that the Dogs are giving them.
Again, and that's what makes this team so special and so good is they can see how they're just getting tore up on the perimeter, and from Carter Resney still put up a great fight in the second quarter where Caleb Odell 8 points coming out of that quarter alone, and he really helped keep this team to within, as we sit right now, only a 20-point lead for the Cardinals.
Yeah, and 27 points and a half, especially against a team like this.
It's one of their better offensive possessions, one of their showings this season.
There's been games we've struggled to score 40, so to have 27 and a half against a ranked good team like this. So got to find some answers defensively, and then maybe Crete will cool off.
That's what you're hoping. And of course, a prime example, North Platte Community College yesterday had 11 threes in the first half against Central Community College, 0 in the second half.
Yeah.
So it's fundamentally possible that Crete could go over in the second half. Is it likely? No. You can't really rely on it, but you got to keep playing. You got to keep playing and maybe adjust a little bit to stop that perimeter, which is then tough because if you go to a man, that then leaves the people that you have in foul trouble on an island against the big boys.
And the likelihood of them staying this hot, I don't know.
It's possible, but the likelihood of that to be that hot where they are just hitting everything under the sun, no. Right. But the problem for North Platte is they're kind of handicapped now because they need to stay in the zone. Because the second they move they move to a man defense, you're asking Kincaid and Easton Jones, who have 2 fouls, to
clear out and go one-on-one with your bigs in foul trouble. Also, 12 turnovers in the first half. That's not
a
good.
no-no. To be honest, though, 12 turnovers, put up 27 points with, again, missing 12 possessions.
Yeah.
You at least got to feel a little bit happy that they are able to bounce back offensively. And again, a lot of the turnovers have come off of travels.
Right.
And good news, though, none of them have been live ball turnovers, mostly, that have resulted in quick
nothing
buckets.
for run-out layups. The fumbled some passes out of bounds, and there's been 3 travel calls. So
yeah, and those are easily fixable. Those are not like those types of turnovers, not the turnovers that just make you go, ugh. And, there's a free bucket you give up on the other end. They're still not acceptable. We're not saying
and the bad
acceptable.
passes have been under the hoop, trying to get that one extra pass to somebody.
To a cutter.
To a cutter. So, 12 turnovers, but they could be worse. Yeah.
They could be in the half court here as you cross the half court line.
We've seen a lot of games like that. So.
Early in the season, and again, give props to the Dogs when they do turn the ball over. It's really not an active situation that results in an easy bucket the other end. I think I can only count maybe 4 points off of a turnover coming in transition, which is good, but again, you still want to cut that down. And that brings us into our Owls Lock and Save keys to the second half. Jeff Smeltzer, what keys do you have for North Platte to bounce back in the second half versus Crete to either cut this lead down and come back, or at least put up a good effort in the second half?
Like we've talked about before, they started out rebounding the ball well. Rebound, don't turn the ball over. Get a hand in the shooter's face. Don't, if they're going to make threes, make them difficult.
And then up now, here comes the side of Crete to start second half. Again, our Quick Stop halftime show, 27 locations, open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop always open right around the corner as Easton Jones gets dinged and ringed up for his third foul against Justice Gardner. And to be fair, I don't know what else he could have done there.
No.
He was in perfect position, didn't even swat the ball, and gets dinged for his third and the first team foul as Justice Gardner with his 9 points goes to the free throw line, make it 10. As that's his third foul. Also, thank you to our other sponsors here for today's game. Another round / River's Edge, a golf club where fun meets fine dining. 49-27 on our wicked fast scoreboard. 7:40 left to go here in this third quarter as Logan Hayes into the lane gets swatted away by Kenson Spence as Hayes was looking for a foul. And now Easton Jones will be inbounding the basketball. 24 on the shot. Eli Broman will be inbounding it with 24 on the shot clock. Up to Easton Jones, but picked up by Kincaid. Kincaid and Jones now have 3 fouls apiece in this ball game. Jones kicks it to Kincaid on the baseline. Kincaid fires from 8. Takes a couple bad bounces, and it's rebounded by Colton Fay. And the other way comes Kodal. And the side of Crete, an easy pass to Kenson Spence in the paint. And he's got 7.
Kincaid couldn't do anything there with his 3 fouls.
As Logan Hayes, quick drive in the baseline, and a foul will be called against Kenson Spence. Again, and these are the moments, where these fouls start to wind up because in a normal situation, that'd be a quick foul, and then he'd go to the free throw line. But when you have 3 fouls on both Kincaid and Jones, you can't afford those types of opportunities.
Couldn't really play defense that time.
Broman throws it all the way out to Easton Jones. Now to Eli Broman, who hits another 3. Man, have yourself a night, Eli Broman. That is his 3rd 3 today. And he's come back alive as Resney's shot is no good. And that's
maybe he's cooling off.
Easton Jones.
Oh, there you go.
Great pass into Kincaid that's tipped away by Kenson Spence. Again, I love the vision that Easton Jones has for the game. Just in general, that pass just tipped away, and he'll now inbound the ball with 6:50 left to go. 51-30 on our wicked fast scoreboard in favor of Crete. Now Jones spins into the lane on Gardner. Up for the shot. No good on the shot, but he will get the foul against Justice Gardner. That's the second for Gardner in today's ball game. And the second team foul for Crete. As Easton Jones will fire his first free throw tonight. Takes a couple bad bounces. Overall, I thought North Platte's done a much better job from the free throw line in their last couple of weeks as a team.
I like the aggressiveness, taking the fight to him.
And he'll miss the second, and that's rebounded by Gardner as he looks to push tempo. Gardner the other way with it, guarded by Easton Jones. Passes now to Kodal. He is wide open, but drives into the paint. Now hesitates. Oh, my good heavens.
That's 3 on Hayes.
That's 3 on Logan Hayes.
That looked like a lot of ball.
I was just about to say the same thing as Coates Pack. Looks just as amiss as we do. That's the second team foul, and now that's the 3rd member of North Platte boys that has 3 fouls, as there's the first free throw for Carson Kodal. He's got 1 point so far. It's 52-30, and this is where things get a little more complicated because now that's your perimeter player who has 3 fouls. So he'll make the next one. He's got 2 total points, 53-30, a 23-point lead for Crete and the Cardinals. 6:30 left to go in this third quarter of play. Jones to the near side with it.
Kind of a 1-3-1. They're going to try and trap just like the girls did.
Great pass in the corner for Logan Hayes. Hayes cross-courts it, and that's stolen away by Gardner. Up to Resney. Here comes Resney going the other way. Floats it up, almost put back by Justice Gardner. And here come the Dogs in transition. Eli Broman with it. Picks his dribble up. Now to Kincaid. Kincaid drives, and a foul will be called against Carson Kodal. Lucky the Dogs didn't watch that get put back. And then turned it into a great transition opportunity. That's the 3rd team foul for Crete with 6:06 left to go in the third quarter.
That was one of those turnovers we were talking about. You don't want them to get those runouts on the turnover, but luckily
Quick
Didn't get any
feed
points.
into Broman that is short, and it's rebounded there by Colton Fay, his third rebound. And Fay will come the other way with it for Crete. Gardner, top of the three-point line. Dakota in the corner. He drives into the paint. Way in for the bucket. It's way short. It's rebounded by Logan Hayes. So here comes the shooters for North Platte looking to check in.
Twin Towers are coming in.
As Caleb Odell and Jared Smeltzer look to sub in. I had a giggle as that shot is blocked from Justice Gardner. Easton Jones with the shot. Gardner blocks it into the corner. Resney fires for three. And guess what? Jeff Smeltzer continues his hot streak. 20 points for Carter Resney. It's now 56-30, and a timeout's going to be called by head coach Jimmy Pack.
You probably don't remember the Houston Rocket days of Ralph Sampson and Hakeem Olajuwon, but that's what the Bulldogs got going on.
That's in the past with Caleb Odell and Jared Smeltzer checking in. So Dogs really leaning into the heavy shooting now. It'll probably, I would think it'd be Broman, Smeltzer, Odell, Hayes, and Kincaid that will be in. So you at least keep some of that height.
Yeah.
But yet again, the problem still persists. 3 players with 3 fouls.
Yeah, but boy, they've had to work. I mean, what can you do?
Pray. Just pray.
Yeah,
you got to pray that they don't shoot better in the second half. Again, our timeouts brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. It's location 621 South Dewey, Suite B.
Okay, Dogs.
So 56-30, North Platte will have an inbounds on the far side with Eli Broman. Again, the lineup that I
Staying
just
in
talked.
that 1-3-1 zone.
It was so deadly for the girls. Boys seem to have at least a better understanding of
stay out of that corner.
Breaking it down as Smeltzer pump fakes, drives, kicks to Odell. Odell now back to Smeltzer. Smeltzer pumps, kicks it down into the paint to Jake Kincaid. Kincaid to Odell. He'll fire a quick trigger 3. A little short. It's going to go out of bounds with Cooper Fay in the vicinity, but
good ball
movement.
Yep, got the look they were looking for. They're very patient that time.
And you'd give that shot to Odell every single day of the week, no matter what.
That's like a 10-footer for other people.
Gardner into the lane, though, and this is where the problem comes. Oh, and he travels.
Yeah. I told you that's a point of emphasis.
They do call their travels.
They do.
But that was I was going to say that was a little bit of an early sign in terms of what I feared was, yes, you have these great shooters on the floor, but name me one person who is a good, I don't want to say it in a mean way, but where's the defense with this unit? And there is your stopper right there in Carter Dishman, who has checked in. Oh, and now as they get the ball to Odell from Smeltzer, down low to Dishman in the paint. Dishman backing down to a triple team, and it's stolen away by Gardner. Thrown all up to Resney. Resney, no good, but Jared Smeltzer fouls Carter Resney, and as you said, good foul. Resney misses the shot, and now will be forced to see if he can execute from the free throw line. 56-30 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Third team foul for the Dogs. First for the young Smeltzer. As here comes Carter Resney again. He's got 20 points. He'll miss that one. He's missed 3 already, but
oh boy, now there's some heights coming.
I would say here comes a lineup change as Oliver Oglesby checks in alongside Everett Heath. Torrin Siski also checks in.
Well, 2 bigs come in, 2 come out, so I guess it's an even swap for Crete.
And Corbin Coe. So second free throw from Resney is in. He's got 21 now. It's 57-30 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Hayes back to Smeltzer. Smeltzer gets the screen. Smeltzer kicking into the corner to Hayes. Hayes drives. Now thinks to Broman. Into the corner to Odell. He'll fire that 3. It's all day money.
Yep.
Another 3 for Caleb Odell. What was Odell's career high? 12 in the Jamboree game? I think he might be close to that.
Good ball movement. Nice assist by Broman. Carter Dishman, nice defense inside there, big fella. Keep going, keep working
Ogle's tree as the pass out to Renzi. Renzi into the lane. Oh, my good heavens, another foul, this time for Eli Broman against Carter Resney. 4th team foul with 4:06 left to go on the Dogs. And that now brings Carter Resney to the line. He's, again, missed 3 so far. And I use my words and jinx him into making one of them. 58-33 on our wicked fast scoreboard. As he'll make another 59-33. He's got A team in game high 23 points.
Now they're in a 2-3 zone. They changed the look a little bit.
Johnny Ranke looking to check in. Cross-court pass over to Smeltzer. Smeltzer to Odell. Odell to Broman. Broman now guarded by Siski to Hayes. Hayes down low Dishman. Now to Broman. Broman crosses over into the lane. Floats it. No good. Tipped. Fought for. Rebounded by Resney. His first rebound for Carter Resney. He now is at the top of the line. Kicks it back behind his back. No look to Heath. And that is a turnover as Carter Resney getting a little too fancy with it as Ranke checks in for Carter Dishman. And good luck, Jonathan Ranke.
Yeah.
Guarding Oliver Oglesby. But Ranke, as you said, Ranke for his height, elusively tall.
I think he's taller than the program said. I think he's 6'3". He's taller than Jake.
As the pass to the paint now to Hayes. To Smeltzer. That one, hesitation from Jared Smeltzer as it's tipped down.
He stared his man down.
Now here comes an inbounds for Eli Broman on the near sideline. Broman to Smeltzer at the logo. Jared Smeltzer now passes to Caleb Odell. Odell looking into the paint to Ranke, and that's turned over as there's Oliver Oglesby.
15th turnover for the Bulldogs.
The pass all the way down to Coe in the paint. Now the pass out to Siski. Back to Coe. He'll float one from 8. No good as Odell almost got that rebound as it's tipped out of bounds by Oglesby. And now here comes North Platte on the offense once again and checking in for the first times. Brooks Pining will be checking in. 59-33, 3:02 left to go here in this third quarter on senior night. Dogs trailing. Odell on the right wing, looking for some help. Now dribbles around the perimeter, slings it to Eli Broman. Broman now with it. As you say, got to start passing. Odell, right wing. Now dribbles around, passes to Broman. Broman slings to Smeltzer. Smeltzer back to Broman. Broman jab stepping, back to Odell with 10 on the shot clock. Caleb Odell now with it, back to Eli Broman. Broman now looks to drive, kicks into the paint to Logan Hayes. Up he goes, blocked from behind and rebounded by Oglesby. A lot of still movement from the Dogs on that offensive possession results in a bad shot. And now here comes Crete the other way.
Good hands.
They're trying to go down low, and that's going to be tipped out from behind by Logan Hayes as Jake Kincaid will now check in for Logan Hayes. Again, Kincaid, 3 fouls for North Platte, for him in general. 4 as a team for the Bulldogs in this third quarter with 2:18 left to go. Siski now inbounds the ball. He gets it to Piney. Piney on the perimeter, guarded by Smeltzer. Now to Heath. He's hit 2 threes already, Everett Heath has. Into the lane he goes, and a travel by Everett Heath. Good defense from Caleb Odell against the much more physical Everett Heath. And Odell forces the turnover.
Hey, Dogs, you're getting too far down on the wings. There you go, right there. Caleb,
Has the pass now to Odell as Odell finds Smeltzer. Fakes the pass, gets it in at the elbow to Kincaid. Down low, they try to go to Johnny Ranke, and it's picked up by Everett Heath. Heath up the court now with it, gets a screen. Heath at the three-point line, into the corner to Siski. Siski with it, picks his dribble up, back to Heath, and now fires to Pining. Down low, they go to Oglesby, and that's a foul against Johnny Ranke as here comes Easton Jones to check in.
Too bad a defense. We got blood on Caleb, I think.
Caleb Odell's checking out now. Yes, Smeltzer will stay in, and he is bleeding quite hard from his hand there. Here comes free throws for Oliver Oglesby. He has 2 points in today's game. 59-33 on our Wicked Fast scoreboard. Have you downloaded the My Phillips 66 app yet? Now you're missing out on so much savings with Wicked Fast.
Yeah, they're looking to see if there's any blood on the court.
They're going to say no. As Odell now will now be cleaned up. And Oglesby, for the first time, will go to the free throw line. Nothing but net.
That's a good-looking free throw.
About to say, he's got a good, pretty shot. As Oglesby now will fire his second. Another pretty, that is nothing but net for Oliver Oglesby. It's 61-33. Jared Smeltzer here on the left wing with it. Dribbles around the perimeter, swings to Broman. Broman now to Easton Jones on the elbow. Now to Ranke. Ranke drives, kicks it back to Kincaid. Kincaid cross course to Smeltzer. Great pass, great three. Oh, no good. But a good opportunity for the Dogs, and that's exactly.
Another good look.
I was going to say exactly what they needed to do against this 2-3 zone defense. Into the lane, Everett Heath goes. Great stop from Eli Broman. And now Coe with it, looking for some help. Running out of time, but able to find Piney. Piney back on over to Heath. Oh, he fires for 3. He's at 2 already. No good. Oh, that one's going to be rebounded by Jarrett Smeltzer. Got a little lucky he didn't commit a foul. As Smeltzer goes to the far side of the court with it. Picks his dribble up. Slings it all the way over to Easton Jones.
Got lucky on that one. Aye.
Out of bounds. As he really had the right idea, just threw it a little too high. As checking in now comes Alex Mora for Crete. He had the right idea, but boy, man, he threw that to the heavens.
Yeah, he had to get a lot of air on it to get over a defender, and probably not the best pass.
Smeltzer now at the logo with the ball. Dribbles to the far side. Tried to gun it into the corner, and he turns the ball over. He tried to sling it to Eli Broman, but the defender shifted
read
over.
It, yep.
And that's a turnover for.
That was a set play to get
again.
it to Broman, but defender read it perfectly.
Up the court now with it comes Brooke Pining. The logo, Pining has it. Now passes into the corner to Heath. Everett Heath with it. Guarded by Johnny Reinke. He floats one up over Reinke. No good. And put back by Corbin Coe. His first 2 points. Now a 30-point lead for Crete and the Cardinals with 25 seconds left to go. Smeltzer. Now great passing just out of the reach of Jake Kincaid. Jones had the right idea. Kincaid was right there, just a hair too much in front. And up the court now, here comes Crete. 63-33 on the Wicked Fast scoreboard. Favor of the Cardinals. I hate to say it, Mr. Smeltzer, but we are approaching that that's running clock. As there's a full 4-man rotation coming in for North Platte. On over to Mora in the corner. Mora back on over to Siski. Siski drives and floats. It's no good. And that is how this third quarter will come to an end. North Platte trailing Crete 63-33. We come back here to the Doghouse on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
After I drop the kids off, I have to run across town for a meeting, hit the gym during lunch. Jake has soccer tonight, and Emily has gymnastics? Oh, did I turn on the crock pot this morning?
With a never-ending to-do list, it's easy to forget something important, like setting up a life insurance plan with Shelter Insurance. Your local Shelter agent can show you how to create a safety net for your family. Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
See me, Pete Volz, at 501 South Jeffers for a free insurance review.
Cracked windshield, foggy windows, need custom glass work? Look no further than Larry's Glass in North Platte. For over 40 years, Larry's has been your go-to spot for all things glass. From auto to residential to commercial. If it's glass, Larry's Glass has it covered. Fast, reliable, and done right the first time. Trust the experts at Larry's Glass to keep you safe and looking sharp. Call Larry's Glass today, 308-532-7675, or stop by 211 West 5th. Larry's Glass, where quality is clear as glass.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Doghouse, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Of course, live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. It is a 63-33 lead for Crete as we enter the fourth quarter. Timeouts brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. The shot from Logan Hayes off the mark as Eli Broman collects the miss. Now to Yulee. Into the paint to Dishman. Dishman, and he's fouled.
All right. Knock him down, big fella.
Also, thank you to our Sports Zone sponsors here for today's game. One, Kroll Clinic. Check out Dr. Chris Kroll and his crew at the Westfield Shopping Center, as well as McCook, as they specialize in sports injuries to help you get back into the game faster as Dishman misses the first free throw.
Yeah, shot no good by the future Hard Rocker.
Still can't believe that's actually
that's a great
right?
name. Yep.
It's a great school name. And also a very good academic school.
If
you get into a school of mines, you have a good mind as Dishman actually hits the second free throw.
You've done your work in the classroom if you're getting accepted at that school.
63-34. Now with the ball, Tamora on the left wing. He fires for 3. No good. Rebounded by Logan Hayes, and here come the Dogs the other way. Hayes with some tempo up the court, spinning into the lane, floating one up, short. Gets the rebound, though, goes to Alex Mora. Good little push pressure from Logan Hayes as they swing it on over to Everett Heath. Into the corner. Oh, open three for Pining is off the mark. It's going to be rebounded by Alonzo Torres. Great box out from Carter Dishman. And now the throw all the way up to Ewing in the left corner. Ewing going to get it down low to Dishman. Spinning and floating one up. How about Carter Dishman? That's another bucket for Big Dish. I love what I've been seeing from Dishman in the second half of the season when he's gotten opportunities. Looking much more confident on the offensive side. Oh, my goodness. Yeah! Offensive charge called against Brooks Pining. Was worried they were going to call. Was worried they were going to call a foul on Logan Hayes, the trailer, for swatting, but Lonzo Torres gets the charge to go the way of the Dogs.
All right, seniors getting some minutes for the last time in the doghouse, so all 4 seniors out there together.
So here comes Easton Jones up the court. The only underclassman being Logan Hayes. As Broman fires to Hayes here on the left wing. Hayes drives, picks his dribble up, gets it to Dishman. Dishman back in town. Bishman floating. Oh, my good heavens. He almost got another one.
All right, going back to the line.
As here comes Carter Dishman. He was 1 for 2 in his last adventure. 63-36. Second foul for Corbin Coe. As this is the first one. Checking back in, Kenson Spence for Everett Heath. As Heath will check out, 63-36 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Here comes the next free throw from Dishman. That's money. Big Dish. 2 for 4 from the free throw line. He's having himself a good
6 points on the afternoon.
I was going to say, having himself
and
a good
beautiful
outing.
assist earlier.
Oh,
in the first half.
Point forward, Carter Dishman. As now to the far side, Pining with it. Spence here on the right wing. He fires for 3. Oh, there's their first 3 of this fourth quarter. Kenson Spence gets it for Crete. 66-37. 10 points for Spence. Jones with the basketball. Now driving.
See if they run one for
into the
Zoe
lane,
here.
Spinning. How about Easton Jones? Yes! Beautiful move by Easton Jones.
Yeah, with the left-hand finish. Nice job.
66-39 the lead now for Crete. You know, Jones is one of those players where sometimes I wish he was a little more selfish with the ball. He's such a great passer, but with the way he can get that shot to fall when he puts his mind to it is beauty. As into the corner they go to Torrance Siski. Siski now to Mora with 16 on the shot clock. Down low they go to Coe. Coe against Dishman. He fires over him. Wow, what a beautiful shot by Corbin Coe.
Yep.
He's got 4 points and nothing you could have asked differently from Carter Dishman. As they try to get it back down low to Dishman, and there's the third foul for Corbin Coe. As checking in now comes Oliver Oglesby, and got to feel pretty proud of Dishman. You're forcing to bring the big boy out.
Yep. So that's, next foul will be shooting 2. That's 4 team fouls for the Cardinals.
Dogs have yet to commit a foul in this fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So Eli Broman now going to inbound the basketball after having a discussion with the official right next to him. 5:22, 68-39. The throw to Alonzo Torres in the left corner. Torres to Broman. Guarded by Siski to Odell, who is also checked in for North Platte. Now some good perimeter passing to Easton Jones, the logo. Into the paint to Torres, to Dishman. Dishman drives on Oglesby, picks the dribble up, needing help to Torres with 19 on the shot clock. Oof, we should
I want Torres to drive.
I know, as here comes Easton Jones, switched on to, passes back to Broman. He got Spence looking everywhere but where he needed to be as Eli Broman unfortunately airballs that shot. And now here comes the other way. Kenson Spence and Crete. 4:55 left to go here in the ballgame. Dogs trailing 68-39. Had been putting up some pretty good consistent quarters until the third quarter where, guess what, Mr. Smeltzer, they only put up 6 points.
6 points, yeah.
Kenson Spence lost his dribble, lost the ball, but somehow it's picked up by Torrance Siski. Siski down low to Oglesby as Dishman with a hard foul on Oglesby. So now they're going to take the big fella into the free throw line. He's 2 for 2. Oliver Oglesby is. First foul for Big Dish, and now Oglesby will go to the free throw line for the second time today. He'll miss that one, so already turning into a good foul.
Yep.
As Everett Heath will check back in, this time for Kenson Spence. But give props to the Dogs, forcing Crete to bring some of their starter rotation out, with the Dogs charging a little bit back into this game as Oglesby makes the second. He's got
3 for 4 on the
5
afternoon.
points, and now up comes Easton Jones with it. Crossing the half-court lines does Jones. Jones slings it to Odell. Moving 3 for Odell, no good. Dishman trying to fight for that rebound, but boxed out and picked up by Oliver Oglesby. Now here comes Pining with it. Around the perimeter, picks his dribble up, finds Siski on the wing. Siski directing traffic, looking for an opening, jab steps. Now will drive around the perimeter as Jake Kincaid looks to check in. And from behind, there's going to be a foul. I believe will be against Easton Jones, or
I think it's on the floor.
Will be against Jones, and that's his 4th.
I think you'll start seeing
405.
seniors check out. No.
Well, Kincaid checks in for Odell.
Odell, okay.
I think we won't be seeing those reserves until maybe at least we'll have fouls on the floor that actually change it.
Might have your seniors all come out at the same time.
Probably, as
no
offensive foul as Morris' floater is up and in. Some collision there on the court as Eli Broman hit the deck. But another bucket, this time for Mora. It's 71-39 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Kincaid with the ball on the left wing. Now to Broman. Broman crosses over, steps, fires from the left elbow. No good. Fought for, rebounded by Everett Heath. Heath fires it up now to Pining. As looking to check in now comes Tenson Siski, and then a 3 by Everett Heath.
Another 3. Aye.
Heath has now 3 threes in today's contest. 74-39 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Jones, top of the three-point line. Trying to cut it down low to Dishman. Does so. Dishman backing down Oglesby. Now in some trouble. Trying to get it to Alonzo Torres, and it's turned over. Up now with it comes Siski. Torrance Siski on Eli Broman. Where's the travel? Oh, big block by Easton Jones on the potential bucket from Oglesby. It's now the pass to Kincaid in the corner, and he dropped the ball, and it's out of bounds. As here comes some rotations. Tenson Siski as well as Maddox Henderson for Crete. End of the day for Everett Heath as well as Torrance Siski. As with a 74-39 lead up the court with it, now comes Brooks Pining. Pining fires here to the corner to Henderson. Henderson around the perimeter, guarded by Easton Jones. Fires it back on over to Siski. Now to Mora. Mora and to Henderson. Henderson drives into a double team. That one almost blocked by Jones. Up goes Oglesby, and a bucket from Oglesby. He's got 7. That goes against Big Carter Dishman, and second for Dishman is checking back in comes Corbin Coe. 3rd team foul for the Dogs, 76-39. The lead now for Crete. And he'll make the bucket. He's got 8 points.
4 for 5 from the free throw line, isn't he?
Yeah, he's having a good night tonight. We're 2 points away from the running clock with 2:40 left to go in this fourth quarter. 77-39 on senior night. Is up now with it comes Easton Jones. Jones across the half-court line as here comes Sam Euling checking in. Eli Broman steps, now fires a floater up short, rebounded by Kincaid. His shot is going to be fouled from, I believe, Corbin Coe. Should be the 4th for Coe. It will be Coe, and with that, Kincaid goes to the free throw line, 77-39, as here comes Evan McCuskey checking in for the first time today. So we won't see all the seniors check out, but we might probably see a portion of them as Kincaid misses the first free throw. Torres and Dishman check out as their last home game of their North Platte career comes to an end. As Alonzo Torres looking for his first point today, Dishman exits with 6. As there's the second for Jake Kincaid, 1 for 2 on that trip. 77-40 on our wicked fast scoreboard. Mora now fires into Henderson. Back to Pining. To Mora. He fires a 3. He hits another one. Man, oh man, they're just having a night tonight.
So is there anybody that can't shoot on that team?
I guess
we got
not.
running clock.
So the running clock now begins as checking in comes Tommy Haggart. McCuskey with it, backing down Coe. pumps, up and under he goes. Oh, beautiful from Evan McCuskey. His first 2 points. I love to see that from McCuskey in his limited action as Easton Jones is holding on to his shoulder a little bit, as that's going to be a foul against Kincaid. Jones is holding on to that left shoulder. He's been touching it a lot in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah. And Tommy Haggert's going to come in for which senior?
Easton Jones.
Looks like Easton Jones.
That'll end the last home game for Easton Jones as a senior for the basketball team. Of course, we'll see Jones with more sports in the springtime.
Yep.
As probably the ace pitcher for North Platte High, as Kincaid almost gets the steal. And here comes Shane Patterson checking in for Eli Broman. As Broman, of course, we'll see him still in spring with being one of the stars in soccer.
Soccer player, yep.
And of course, Shane Patterson, we think the potential starter for North Platte High's football.
Quarterback, yeah.
Yep, taking over for Caden Johnson. Henderson now to Piney. Piney guarded by Sam Euling, gets it into the paint. Henderson shoots for 3. I was about to say we were testing that luck of, can everybody shoot? As Johnny Rinke looks to check in. Now driving in there goes Siski. Siski lost the ball for a second. Fought for between him and Kincaid. Picked back up by Mora. He fires another 3. He airballs that one. Another rebound for Crete as Henderson fires for 3. Short. Coe picks it back up. Up for the bucket. No good. Great foul from McCuskey.
That should be it. The clock's going to run while he shoots free throws.
Yep. As that's Evan McCuskey's first foul, and that's how this game and the last home game of the season for North Platte High School will come to an end. Jeff Smelter. Now it'll be interesting to see what the final score would be, but unfortunately the Dogs will pick up their 18th loss of the season as first free throw from Corbin Coe is good. He's got 5 points as Ranke checks in for Kincaid. As last free throws, still shooting one free throw, as here comes Corbin Coe. Makes the second. And that is how this last home game for North Platte comes to an end. They fall 82-42 here to Crete and the Cardinals. We knew Crete was a really good team coming into today's contest, and they flexed their muscles.
Oh, yeah, that, for sure, a really good ball club. Probably see them at state in Class B.
Yep. Most certainly fighting for a potential state championship.
Yeah.
But overall for North Platte High School, it's the same things we've talked about for a couple of weeks now about how we feel they're so close. It's just one quarter really is what lets them down, They were trailing by 20 at halftime, and it was looking kind of rough, but only putting up 6 points in the second half, third quarter.
Yeah.
My good heavens, that's what gets you.
Yep, 6 points in the third and only 9 in the fourth, so a 15-point second half. 27 points in the first half, that's respectable.
Pretty good.
Yep.
Just unfortunately, in the second half, it all came crumbling down. And with that, we'll step aside and take a break. We come back, quick stop post-game show here at FM 98.1 and AM 1410 with live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, PlattePost.com.
KWQAM North Platte. Enjoy great food from Merrick's Ranch House. There's 10% off online ordering, and Merrick's offers a 10% veteran and military discount. Dine in, order online at merricksnp.com, use DoorDash, or call 532-8200 for carryout.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers a full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
In a lawsuit, a little extra liability protection can go a long way. I'm Justin Thompson at the Justin Thompson Agency. A personal umbrella policy from American Family Insurance offers $1 million or more of coverage over and above the limits of your auto and home policy. And it's affordable. Contact Justin at the Justin Thompson Agency at 501 South Dewey Street or call 534-2400 today.
American Family Insurance.
Starting something new can be challenging. At Mid-Plains Community College, we see what it takes to build your dreams and through our educational instruction, make them a reality. Whether you are learning a new skill that can take your professional career to the next level, or you're looking to change your life through our educational offerings, you can build a successful future. Enroll today and begin transforming your future at mpcc.edu. That's mpcc.edu.
New year, new ride. Looking for a car buying experience that's a cut above the rest? Welcome to Zeller Motor Company, where you can experience the difference. With over 30 years of combined sales expertise, Nate and Justin will help you kick off the new year in style with the car of your dreams. And Amanda's 20-plus years of banking know-how makes financing smooth and stress-free. Why settle for ordinary when you can experience the difference? Start the year strong. Visit Zeller Motor Company today and drive away with confidence.
It's the Quick Stop post-game wrap-up. Quick Stop never closes, with 24 locations open 24 hours a day.
Welcome back here to the Doghouse, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. Oh, now see. All right, so in the powerlifting results, North Platte wins their duel today. So congratulations to North Platte boys powerlifting. I don't know if you followed the powerlifting results over this season.
No, I'm not. I know they've got a pretty solid team.
Oh, yeah, they got a really good team, both on the boys and the girls. So congratulations to the boys for winning their duel earlier today for the second time in school history. North Platte Wrestling was at the State's Dual Championship. Yeah. They came in as the 8th seed against Grand Island, who was the 1 seed. And unfortunately, Grand Island did knock them off as a team, but pretty proud moment is the second time in school history under Coach under Coach Little, as Coach Dale Hall, of course, we know, retiring last season. So
means you're one of the top 8 teams in the
yes,
in the state.
And of course North Platte's got a lot of, as we have upcoming state wrestling, not next week but the week after that, a lot of potential state championship aspirating wrestlers. One being, of course, if you're a fan of wrestling, you of course got Ty Hanneborg, who will be fighting for a chance, as well as potentially Brody Pittner.
Yeah, my neighbor Brody Pittner.
So, look at that. So those two are potentially some of the many Bulldogs that could be fighting for a state championship coming up on the week of the 18th, where the girls will be on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then the boys will be Thursday, Friday, Saturday at the CHI Center in Omaha. I will be there, so might not see me for the last basketball game of the season against Gretna East and Kearney on that Tuesday, as I will be covering state wrestling for North Platte High and the surrounding areas.
Districts next weekend? Are you going to be in at districts, or are you taking in basketball?
I think I might be taking in basketball. I haven't planned yet, so we'll see. But
districts might be midweek, huh?
It's a weird thing. No, I think it might be the weekend. They really do play it down to the wire when it comes to districts for wrestling. But for the side of basketball terms, North Platte High now picks up their 18th loss of the season as they fall to Crete and the Cardinals 82-42. The last home game of the season for North Platte High boys. And it's just another one of those games where, I thought in spurts they played really good until you get to the one quarter where they only scored 6 points, and then Crete went on their monster run where they put up just 3 after 3 after 3.
Oh, yeah, they fantastic shooters from the outside, and you pair that with the height that they have.
Unguardable height is how I say it.
They're a scary team.
And again, a team that is, a team we've talked about that could potentially win a state championship this season in their class. And they proved it out here. And North Platte, of course, is aspiring to continue to build a program up to that level. But, you do have to find a little bit of luck with your height out there. As, of course, for Crete, they have 3 people over 6'6". And for the Dogs, holistically, 42 points, and that's even counting a 6-point quarter. It wasn't the worst point performance, but I thought they had some really good spurts of opportunities and plays that I think you can continue to keep building for.
42, and what Wahoo score? 61, 60.
I have that score pulled up here.
So that wasn't a bad outing to
61.
score 61. So to score 42 against a team of this caliber, it's not bad. And again, giving up 60. What do we give up?
82.
Yeah, 82.
That was not good.
No.
that portion is not good. And, and of course, you always wish that you wouldn't put up those types of defensive numbers. But offensively, again, as we talked about, was some good spurts for North Platte High. As joining me here on a senior night comes head coach for North Platte High boys basketball. Jimmy Pack joins me once again. Well, Coach, good to see you. It's felt like an eternity since I last seen you. And start off your first game back following the Western Conference tournament. You got Crete, probably one of the better teams in their conference, personally fighting potentially for a state championship come a couple of weeks down the line. And, well, wasn't a score that you were hoping to see. I thought there were a lot of, again, good spurt moments for your team and a lot of continual good things to grow upon.
Yeah, I thought the guys came out in the first quarter and played really hard. We continue to have those kind of slides from here time to time. Crete is a well-coached team. Coach Siskey's one of the coaches I respect the most in the state, known him for a long time. And we knew what we were going up against, and I thought our guys answered the challenge early on. And it's, you got to take your hat off to our guys. Crete shot the cover off the ball, and we're probably going to need new nets put on Monday. And they, for the most part, they played through it. There was a few moments where the heads were down but they're teenagers. That's hard to do that when and they played great D too. That was hands up, and they were just hitting them. So saw some good things tonight. We saw some. We continue to see improvements on offense, but kind of a broken record. We've got to learn how to weather those storms and understand everything's not going to go our way, and we've got to learn how to fight through it and keep going.
I thought also at points you had your hands unfortunately tied behind your back just with some foul issues that, some you can say could be caused by you, but some, maybe a couple calls that you didn't feel go your way. So to have some of the people that you were having guard some of the bigger men get into that foul trouble early, it was quite a challenge then to say, okay, everybody else, we need you to really hone in on this. And to be fair, I thought they did a pretty fantastic job of limiting what could have been a potential damaging second and third quarter where the fouls were just starting to rack a little bit into the wrong side for you.
Right. Eli Broman comes out, and he's not a verbal leader, but he's definitely our leader, and he's almost every game he has the hardest job out there, guarding the hardest guy. I thought he did a decent, that guy just made some shots tonight, and then Caleb Odell's in there to hit shots, and, we tried to go in zone when he's in just because of the height thing, but shoot, they were hitting so many shots, we really couldn't stay zoned for very long, so I probably got out of that a possession or two late. And Caleb, I thought, stepped up and played some good man-to-man defense. He got some deflections. He stayed in front of his guy, and, the level we play it's a little tough when you're 5'6" maybe, but those guys got the heart of a bulldog. They're going to get in there and they're going to fight, and that's what I love about this team.
That's what I love about seeing this team too. Is again, as you pointed out, there's many moments where things just were spiraling out of control, and there could have been moments where the team kind of would see the effort dip, but they always kept battling back no matter what. They kept putting their best foot forward, and I think that's what makes this squad so special because when you try your best not to look at the record and you try your best to, I wouldn't say ignore it, but not make it a focal point. But to have 18 losses on the year, there could have been moments this season where you can maybe see it getting shipped in for next year from the younger guys and even from the seniors thinking, I made a tough choice for doing this. But every single day I hear, whether it be from Smelter or from people in the community, just how hard this team keeps working day after day because they want to come out here and show that, they're not what their record is. And we can see it too. We talked in our pregame show how there were so many games that could have, on a flip of a coin, gone in your direction. And this team, no matter what, no matter how many times they keep getting put back down, they always get back up and they always push forward to try and be better, and you see it every game, day by day.
I literally just told them the exact same thing in the locker room that they've earned my respect. They earned it a long time ago, and I don't believe in let's get ready for next year. We got a young group. I said that we're getting ready for the next game every time, and they come in. I know they're going to come in on Monday. I almost wish we could open up the doors and let people come in and watch us practice and just see how hard these guys go after it. And I'm sure that it's hard to put that much work and effort in and day out and not come out and get the result that you want. And like I've told them, I've seen teams and I've been around teams that have great records, but they're not fun to be around. And these guys might not have the best record, but they're a fun group to be around on the bus. They're a fun group to coach. They're a fun group to watch film with. And, and that's good to hear that the community is recognizing that, because I know sometimes we can get hit up on the record, but at the end of the day, we got to remember that these are teenagers, and sometimes they split-second decisions. and like you said, there's definitely some games that could have gone their way, and they could have hung their head and bailed out after that. But these guys just aren't built that way, and didn't have a lot of success in football as much as they were hoping for there either, and they kept fighting there. So, like I told them, it says a lot about who they are as young men, and that's probably going to take them a lot further in life than whatever their season record is in basketball.
Yeah, yep, and I think that's all spearheaded by not only the great coaching staff, but also the great senior leadership who are recognized today on senior night. I mean, when you talk about these guys, not just the accomplishments that they have on the court and where they're going to be going when their career continues, but just, as you said, in the community, there's always so many positive things that have been talked about this team and how much of an impact that they can make on the community and the game as a whole. Just makes you feel kind of proud as you're sitting there watching them walk across and be like, I'm so happy that they were able to not only be a part of this team, but also be a part of my life.
For sure, and I tell people, being around North Platte as long as I've seen the ups and the downs, and, I think back to when I was a sophomore, I wasn't even on the team, but they were 2-17 going into districts and knocked off the number 1 team in the state, and people still talk about that team despite the fact they were 3-18. And, whether this team's going to beat the number 1 team in the state or not is yet to be seen. But, that team that I was just mentioning, same thing, a lot of heart, no quit. And these guys, like I just said, that's probably going to take them pretty far in life. We just did grade checks last week, and I think of all the guys, there was only one player that had a grade under a B. So not only are they great young men out in the community, they're great men in the classroom, and almost virtually all positive things to say from their teachers. And for the most part, I would say the kids around the school like them and things like that. We don't hear any of the bullying or basketball players think they're sweet or anything like that. And, yeah, that makes me very proud of their coach regardless of whatever their record is.
Well, it's crazy for me to say, but after today, 3 games left in the season. It just felt like yesterday we got game number 1 underway. You got Scottsbluff-Gehring next week on Friday, Saturday, and then you have Gretna East on a neutral site on the 18th, if I remember. So can you believe that this season has come so quickly to an end?
Even with the record, it has flown by. And that's because of these kids, these young men. They're a fun group to be around.
Love it. Of course, going back to the the Panhandle next week, Scottsbluff and Gehring. Take me really through what are some of the things in this, I would say, prolonged break you have up until that Friday game that you're going to be working on to take into that Friday, and then quick turnaround Saturday game.
You probably saw it tonight. We threw out a little bit different of a press. We went a little 2-2-1 action. The guys really liked that, I thought it kind of tripped them up a little bit. They didn't
I thought
see
it looked
coming.
really good out there.
Once they figured it out, they got it. But yeah, I thought, and then we've got our other press, and I'm a pressing coach. Sometimes it depends on your personnel, but I think and I tell them that I'm constantly just throwing things at them in practice that hadn't even been I just want to see if I can trip them up, and a lot of times they respond, and probably going to keep doing that. You're in a bit of a buzzsaw out west. You're probably not going to get a lot of calls. It's a little bit different brand of basketball out there, but it's somewhere we've already been. So, we're going to continue to work on those presses, switching up our defenses in and out. At the end of the day, we've got to make shots, and it's not like that's not for lack of trying. But, we're not going to, as I've said numerous times, we're not going to hit the reset button and start doing some crazy offense. We're going to keep doing what we do, working hard every single day, being in great shape, and going out there, dog defense, and throw it up in the air and let the chips fall where they may.
Do you feel a little better that you've already kind of been out to the Panhandle earlier last week to kind of play against these teams? So you already kind of, I would say, got acclimated, but already have a general sense of idea and understanding of what they're going to throw at you?
Yeah, we haven't seen either one of these teams per se, in action, but we scouted them and watched them play. Scottsbluff's another great team. Coach really good, probably one of the best players in the state, probably Nate Kelly. Mm-hmm. Gehring that's always a tough game between North Platte and Gehring. You can throw the records out of the window on that one.
That's always a dogfight,
yeah,
literally
a dogfight. So, and we had 2 chippy games with them last year, so I know they're going to come out and they're going to be ready to play too. But I feel like we always play Scottsbluff pretty tough, and sometimes even in basketball, the final score doesn't reflect how much effort was put out there, and I think tonight was one of those. But I absolutely think, that long road trip out there, we stayed out there 2 nights, so we're out there for 3 days. This might seem like as much of a vacation as you can have in the Panhandle. That's probably what they're going to feel like. It's a lot shorter. getting to see two teams we've already seen, so we're looking forward to it.
Perfect, Coach. Thank you so much, as
Thank
always,
you.
for stopping on by. Can't wait to see you out there. Quick stop post-game show. It was head coach Jimmy Pack sitting down with me to have a discussion, as always, at the end of the games. Dogs, unfortunately, falling 82-42 to Crete and the Cardinals. I welcome back my good co-host here, Mr. Jeff Schmeltzer. Well, final home game of the season here, and of course I bet you I won't be able to see you during the baseball season, so depending on how my schedule goes, this might be the last time we see each other till football cometh in the fall of this year.
Yep. I'll definitely be there for high school baseball games and Legion games. You'll be on the mic. I'll be in the stands. So,
He'll be kicking it back. Gets a nice little off season for him before he gears up for a new, fresh look on football. But Dogs fall 82-42 before we jump into our game stats. Got to feel, again, another good effort game. And then you get a little bit of you can't say rematch since we haven't really seen these teams too much, but Scottsbluff, Gering, you're already going out to the Panhandle for the second time in 3 weeks. You feel pretty confident about maybe this time around the results be going a little better?
Well, at least I'm glad we're playing them at this point of the year where I think the Dogs are playing their best basketball. So
yes, 100%.
If you have a shot at the Bearcats, it would be now when you're playing your best basketball. You want to see three-point shooting. They're another one that can light it up.
I just feel at this rate we might as well just, chalk it in that every team's just a three-point shooting team at this rate.
Meiniger, Kelly, Boswell.
Yeah, that Nate Kelly kid.
Berta, Sabala.
It is. That team is, and I got the honors to watch them a whole heck of a lot at the Western Conference tournament, and that is a crazy, crazy good team. And of course, Scottsbluff, I think they faced off yesterday against Ogallala. I think that was Scottsbluff Ogallala yesterday.
No, that was Scottsbluff Alliance yesterday.
Oh, yes. But
I watched that game. They dismantled the other Bulldogs.
Yeah, a good Alliance team as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty good team. Yeah, kind of cool. Nate Kelly's had offers from Shadron and UNK. I visited with his grandpa when we were out there.
Oh, nice.
We're shirt-tail relations. Nate's grandpa and my dad are cousins. So So I don't know how that works out. But anyway, he said River Johnston spent a lot of time with him on his UNK visit. So
okay. Is Nate Kelly going for basketball or football?
Basketball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's a great basketball player, so can't contest that one. But
they're loaded for sure.
And that Gering team is a very good, strong Gering team. I mean, I watched them again firsthand right before the girls' game, I believe, on Friday and Saturday, and they got some height, physicality, and of course,
and they can shoot the ball as well.
I was about to say, it's almost like I read out the normal games for North Platte opponents. But let's jump into our game stats, brought to you in part by State Farm agent Bobby Campbell. I'll start with the victorious Crete Cardinals, who won 82-42. Carter Resney, 23 points. I mean, he was just unstoppable in the first half. He had 17 going into the break, ended with 23, and there's just no stopping him in today's ball game. 11 points for Justice Gardner, 8 for Oliver Oglesby, 10 for Kenson Spence, 9 for Everett Heath. He had 3 threes as well. Corbin Coe had 6, 3 for Torrance Siskey, 2 for Carson Kodal, and that'll do it on the scoring side for Crete and the Cardinals.
All right, for the Dogs, leading the way, junior Caleb Odell with 11.
Oh, he's so close to his career high.
2 for 4 from the three-point line.
Oh, he's was it 12 points during the Jamboree game?
I
was
think
his
so.
high?
Yep.
Gosh, he is so close. But I love to see the spark that he provided off the bench there for a team that was, for the Dogs team who was kind of floundering offensively in that middle part.
Right. Yep. He did what he was supposed to do. He hit those three-pointers, and he went 3 for 3 from the free throw line as well.
And I thought played some good defense.
Yeah, he did.
He had a tough task of sometimes stopping Everett Heath, who is much bigger, much more physical, and he forced 2 turnovers off of Heath.
Don't know, but I assume that Heath was a pretty good football player. He's got the football player build.
He's got that build.
Yep. So Caleb Odell had 11. Eli Broman on senior night had 9. Carter Dishman on senior night had 6. Logan Hayes also with 6. Jake Kincaid with 3. Evan McCuskey had 2, and Jarrett Smeltzer had 1 from the free throw line.
So next time you'll see North Platte High will be next week, Friday and Saturday in the Panhandle once again. Scottsbluff on Friday, Gering on Saturday. And then the last game of the season on a neutral site in Kearney, of all places, as Gretna East.
They are. They're good too.
They are a good team. I always find it funny though that we're playing on a neutral site for the last game of the season.
Yeah.
Because Gretna East doesn't want to, get into the whole Omaha doesn't want to come out here. Blah blah blah. As Gretna East will be traveling to Kearney,
they might
take us on a neutral site. But that's a team that could also win state in Class B because they are just incredible.
Maybe they have jet lag driving all the way to Kearney.
You hope so.
Yeah.
We've seen it happen before, but we don't know. I still figuring out my schedule the next 2 weeks. As of course we'll be covering state wrestling coming up.
Yeah, winter sports are all wrapping up here.
Can you
at the same
believe
time.
that? It just felt like yesterday we were starting, college basketball in November.
Yeah.
And now we're sitting here and head coach for North Platte High baseball, Ricky Holmes, just came over, gave me a handshake, and they just got started on the 3rd of February. That is when spring sports were allowed to get into the weight room and actually start doing some.
For those that are, not in the winter sport.
Basketball, that are in the spring sports, of course.
Well,
track,
and that would have been those
soccer.
3 that we saw tonight with Caden and Cade and Landon.
Yep. So the spring sports are getting underway as Coach Holmes shook my hand, and we were just ever so closer getting to baseball time and then into American Legion. Then before you know it, football season's upon us again.
It sure is, and it's gonna be a new look Bulldog team.
28 seniors graduated from that football team,
and
that is crazy. But the fun thing is the JV squad was also just as fun.
Yeah.
That is a fun squad.
So it'll be a fun year, and before you know it, it's going to be a new athletic year.
Crazy.
Looking forward to spring sports. I think North Platte's going to have a good soccer team, baseball team.
Baseball might make state again.
Yep.
They're now moving up to Class A this year from Class B.
Okay.
They're retaining basically everybody from last year's team and from their American Legion team. I think the only person that you'll be missing sorely is ace pitcher, Jack Polk, who is just lights out. But you keep Easton Jones. You still got the gold glove out in center field with
who can
Caden
also
Johnson,
pitch.
who can also pitch and can also hit from the leadoff spot. And there's a lot of exciting things coming up for North Platte High spring sports, but still got to finish out the winter sports. And, state and districts is just right around the corner before you know it.
Yeah, for either basketball team to make state's going to take a Herculean effort.
We're going to need like a remember the Titans type moment for either side. But
crazier things have happened.
That is true. To get one victory like they normally do in the play-in game, that is a high likelihood for either squad, which I think is the most you can expect from it, because this year just feels so weird in Class A because the teams that are really good are they got way better than anybody thought.
In previous years, it was almost a foregone conclusion it's going to be Millard North, Bellevue West, Millard North, Bellevue.
Yeah.
And now there's 4 or 5 teams that could make it to the championship game.
Westview, Northeast are at the top. Kearney's up there at number 5 or number 6. We talk about Bellevue West and Millard North. They're still in the mingle, but it's maybe 4 or 5 other teams that could actually topple those
Northeast,
teams.
West Side, and West Side got beat last night by Millard North, but Papillion, Papio South.
Yeah, Papio South's great.
What are the other Lincoln schools? North Star is pretty good.
North Star's finally back to
but
there.
Northeast is the better of the two. But
there's so many teams in the top of Class A that could come away with the state championship. Your better bet is just not to bet at all, because you never know. But for North Platte, most certainly slated to be the last seed in the boys, and then maybe 4th seed in the girls come district time in a couple of weeks. And then, of course, you got state wrestling, where there's, at the likelihood, 2 potential state winning wrestlers for North Platte High at very competitive weights of, I think, 125 and 120.
And we didn't talk about Kirk Wilson either.
No, we didn't.
He would have a shot.
Kirk Wilson being had a good placement finish last year. I think he finished 4th last year, if I remember off the top of my head. So,
and I apologize to any other wrestlers. I don't know much about wrestling.
But North Platte, again, like last year, will be well equipped with people that are going to make it to state this year. As, again, they were technically the 8th best team in all of Class A because they made it to the state duels today, which lost to the number 1 seed Grand Island, which is a tough call. Actually, you know what? Let's look it up here. Let's see if track wrestling.
Of course, being the 8th seed, that means you get the privilege of playing
the number 1 seed.
Yeah, playing
who is
wrestling the best team in the state.
Yeah. Who is the best team in all of wrestling for night. Let's see if I can find some state dual wrestling for the NSAA real quickly here before we dual championships. Alrighty. All right. So for North Platte High School as a team, track wrestling, gosh bless it, but they suck. If you don't know how to read a track wrestling, statistic or website, it is so horrible.
Okay.
It is so bad. So I'm going to cry a little bit. North Platte lost to Grand Island 35-33. Oh my good heavens. I was talking to Tad Hannibal at the DNN Event Center during the Farm and Ranch Expo, and he said that they was going to be pretty close. They had a shot of upsetting Grand Island, so they fall just barely to Grand Island. They then beat Omaha Bryan 50-22.
Okay.
And then they took down Elkhorn South 40-36 to be the fifth place team. Kearney is the third place team. They beat Papillion La Vista South. Kearney was the 7th seed coming into this event, and they finished third, beating Papillion La Vista 43-30. So Dogs come away with a 5th.
Grand Island end up being champions?
They're going on right now against Lincoln East.
Okay.
So, so close. But also still a top 8, top 8 wrestling school.
So,
which means only good things come for state wrestling.
5th, yeah.
5th overall.
Yeah.
Come on. That breeds good tidings come state wrestling in just a couple weeks, which we will be there. I personally will be up in the CHI Center in Omaha, hopefully not getting snowed to oblivion like I have the last 2 years I've been there. Every time there hasn't been snow in the North Platte area or in Omaha, it always happens during state wrestling, and it makes my life 8 million times harder just to get to the arena. But that'll do it for us here today. Jeff Smeltzer, thank you for joining me. As always, maybe I'll see you in Scottsbluff coming up on Friday. We shall see. But we, of course, will have more North Platte Community College basketball next Tuesday against Lamar at home for both the men and the women's. As always, FM 98.1 and AM 1410. Both teams for North Platte High School fall today. On the girls' side, 67-44 to Crete. And on the boys' side, 82-42. For Paxton Gordon and Jeff Smeltzer, we will see you all next time here on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on our WB's Fun Center live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
Get ready, North Platte. Brigham's Tap Room has a brand new menu you do not want to miss. Catch all of the action on game day with your favorite teams. The Huskers, the North Platte Bulldogs, and the St. Pat's Irish on their big screens. Pair the excitement with our amazing drinks, and you've got the ultimate game day experience. Don't forget to enjoy axe throwing with your friends. Brigham's Tap Room, where great food, great drinks, and great times come together. Brigham's Tap Room, 1100 South Jefferson Street, North Platte.